Good morning. The October 16th, 2024 meeting of the Charter Authorizing Panel is called to order. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Department of Education and ask that you please silence all of your electronic devices, those that are joining us here as well as those joining us virtually. The goal is to facilitate a fair and responsible hearing. So therefore, I ask that each person speaking please state your name and title for the record. I ask that you continue to speak clearly into the microphone throughout your presentation for the benefit of the panel, this audience, and the viewing audience. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and a transcript of the meeting will be posted on the DESE website. Good morning, everyone, and especially good morning to our panel members. My name is Freddie Scott, and I'm acting chair today in lieu of our chair, Matthew Sutherland's absence. Mr. Reynolds, if you could come forth and share our procedures.
Good morning. Stephen Reynolds, staff attorney with the department. Mr. Scott, you'll want to swear in everyone except for attorneys that will be giving testimony. The applicants will then have 20 minutes to present. Any opposition to the charters will have 20 minutes to present. If there is opposition, The applicants will have an additional 5 minutes to respond to the opposition. To my knowledge, there's no opposition for any of the applicants on the agenda. Again, all parties, please state your name before you speak, even if you've talked before, so that we can have a clear record. Any community members or community partners that are here to speak on behalf of the applicant will need to speak during the 20 minutes. Any elected officials that are here can speak before the hearing, during the 20 minutes, or at the conclusion of all the testimony. That's up to the official and the applicant on how they want to move forward. Following the charter's presentations, we'll go through legal concerns and waivers, if any, and then you guys can address any remaining concerns outside of legal or ask other questions. And Mr. Scott, there is a consent agenda item that will need to go before we start presentations.
There is a consent agenda.
Yep.
I apologize.
That's all right.
So I'd like to, because there's a consent agenda, I'd like to entertain a motion to, unless there's some concerns about it, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept it.
So moved.
Second.
It was moved by Mr. Baldwin, seconded by Dr. McMurray Wright to approve the consent agenda, and we'll be in position to move forward. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes. Ms. Summons.
Good morning, Dory Summons, Charter Office. Unbound Academy has applied to establish an open enrollment charter school beginning in the 25-26 school year. The charter will follow a virtual educational model. We do have representatives from Unbound here with us this morning.
Thank you. Will the representatives from Unbound please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony or statements you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, I do. You may proceed. You may proceed with your presentation. Yes.
Thanks so much. My name is Tim Eierman. I'm with Unbound Academy. We are applying for a virtual charter school here in the state of Arkansas, and we'd like to talk to you a little bit about our program and what makes us different. At our core, we believe that all students are limitless, and it's our job to build that limitless environment that unlocks that student's potential. Unfortunately, and I'm sure parents in the audience and up on board here are well aware that as a student's continuum happens through public education and education in general, we see their happiest days start at the end and then unfortunately start to dip significantly throughout their time in school, leading to the point where their lowest enthusiasm for school is right around the beginning of high school, which are arguably the most important and formative years, and then peaks a little bit as they're finishing to get out of school. The average high school senior scores the same on a nationwide standardized test as the best third grader right now, and we know that this data is both alarming and actionable from schools here. Looking just at the data in terms of 12th versus third, and then compound all of that enthusiasm, lower achievement with the post-COVID knowledge gap, and we are seeing more than ever that the gap is growing and the teacher in front of the classroom model is not working for many students across the country. At Unbound Academy, we're built on the belief that every child deserves access to a personalized and engaging education. Our mission is centered on personalized student-centered education, ensuring that every child receives a tailored learning experience to that individual child. We have 3 key commitments that we are unwavering on and uncompromising on. That 1, students will love school. They will learn twice as much as students in other schools, and they will develop life skills. Our unique 2-hour learning model approaches students to allow mastery of academic concepts at an accelerated pace, freeing up time in the afternoon for life skills development. Our 2-hour learning model uses AI, and it's personalized for every individual student and allows for those students to work at their pace across their subjects at their specific level across all subjects. meaning that if a student is functioning higher in math than they are in reading at that grade level, they can start to accelerate on their math lessons while also getting the support they need in reading, meaning that each student, even at a virtual school sitting side by side, but sitting at their respective terminals, will be able to have a truly individualized education. We do have results for this model. They learn twice as fast, as measured by the Northwest Education Association Measure for Academic Progress Assessment in all of our 2-hour instruction. And our efficient learning model will deliver academic results in half the time of traditional schooling, enabling students to rapidly excel throughout their content. Just taking a look, we were able to support some Ukrainian refugees, and they were able to learn 2.9 times as fast, or almost 3 times as fast, starting in the winter of 2023 to the winter of 2024. Our school model is being implemented currently in a network of private schools in Texas. In our Austin campus, for instance, all of our students are in the top 2% of the math knowledge, most of our students, as you can see, in terms of their achievement percentiles. Additionally, same for reading. We're seeing that 6 out of our 8th graders are in the 99th percentile for growth, and our students at our Alpha Austin campus are in the top 99 percentile. Same thing for our language usage, and again, top 1% nationwide using this model, as well for science. Beyond the academics, we free up the time in the afternoon for life skills workshops, where students can work on skills such as communication, leadership, public speaking, financial literacy, entrepreneurship, and teamwork. We also have a balanced model that integrates those life skills with the academics, ensuring that in addition to those life skills, they're also incorporating academic tenets throughout the afternoon. And we're excited to come to Arkansas. We're excited for the opportunity to launch Unbound Academy and bring the 2-hour learning experience that was previously only available to high-end private schools to all interested families in Arkansas. Our launch is going to be personalized and allow for learning experiences to a broader range of students and allow for every student to get the truly individual plan that they need to succeed. And we believe that we're building personalized learning for rapid academic progress and real-world life skills development, and we look forward to shaping the future of education for all students. Thank you.
Done?
Yeah,
All right.
thank you very much.
Well, we'd like to, first of all, thank you.
Thank you.
And before we proceed, we'd love to have Mr. Reynolds to provide a legal review, as well as waivers.
Stephen Reynolds, staff attorney with the department. Those of you that have seen me up here before will be very excited that I'm going to do a much more quick legal review than normal. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go through the waiver topics, and instead of reading what's already been provided to you, I'm just going to talk about my concerns. So on the first one, the waiver topic number 1 is transportation. I have no legal concerns with that waiver. And the waiver topic number 2 is the leased academic facilities. Under Arkansas Code 623-401B, Standard 6A2, which is the school safety policies, is not waivable. So I'd like to ask the charter to rescind that part of their waiver. There's somebody from the charter that wants to confirm on the record, or either confirm on the record that you want to rescind this part of the waiver because it's not waivable under the law, or provide a rationale for.
Can I just give a quick?
Sure.
Yeah. Just on the waivers, and we got this feedback last week. We appreciate it. You know, Andrew Price, board member for Unbound. We intend to be fully compliant with Arkansas statutes and standards. The way this process worked, we had our legal team do a review of the waivers, and we chose these 9 that seemed not applicable to us for a virtual school. After receiving your team's feedback, it seems that there's some pieces of these that that can't be waived, and you know, I think it's sort of semantics at some point. You know, I think this one says something around, you know, any facility constructed will be done according to state laws, and we're not going to construct any facility, so it's no problem applying with all that. So I will say on the record to all these things, we are happy to rescind whichever portions of these can't be done. I think in almost all the cases, it doesn't require any change to our plans. It's things we just weren't going to do. To the degree that there is something we need to change our plans, we're perfectly willing to research how other virtual schools have handled it and add the resources to do that. So we really were just picking things we thought were not applicable, and to the degree we missed some legal requirements, we're happy to remedy that here. So that's my general answer, but to your specific one there, we'll absolutely rescind the portion that can't be waived there.
And since you said that on the record, I'm just going to assume that you want to rescind all of the ones that has.
I'll do them all. I'll listen just to make sure.
Okay. All right. Just let me know if you have any. Okay. All right. So with that note, I don't have any legal concerns with the remaining portions of the waiver topic, waiver number 2. So on waiver number 3, maintain school facilities. Again, I don't have any legal concerns with that waiver. Waiver number 4, waiver topic number 4, tornado and earthquake safety drills. I don't have any legal concerns with that waiver. Going off of the note earlier, with the understanding that we're going to rescind waiver topic number 5, waiver number 5, which is the BMI assessment. I don't have any concerns with that. And then same thing for number 6. They've agreed that we're going to rescind that one. Waiver topic number 7 is the flag display. I don't have any legal concerns with that waiver. Waiver topic number 8, it's my understanding that they're going to rescind the portions of this waiver that are not waivable. I don't have any remaining concerns outside of that. That was waiver topic number 8, which is food services. And then waiver topic number 9 is a PE requirement. I don't have any legal concerns with that waiver. And unless you guys have any questions for me, I'm done with my part.
Thank you. Panel, any questions?
Questions? All right.
No. No questions. Response before we go into questions?
Do I have any questions for you? Tim Ironman, sorry.
Oh, yes, we'll just go down. Let's.
Yeah.
Doctor, questions?
Good morning, and thank you for your presentation. So I do have a couple of questions. Could you provide a little bit more detail on the 2-hour learning model?
Absolutely.
And how that is working, and what a student is going to experience through that process?
Thank you very much. Thank you, board members. Again, my name is Tim Ironman, and the 2-hour learning experience is very immersive in terms of the subjects that they need to learn for the day. So what it'll look like for the student is they will be able to log on to what's known as their dash. Their dash is the home base for essentially all of their learning for the day. And from there, they'll see the required lessons. There's a tab that'll pull up every subject they need to learn that day: math, reading, science, language. They'll choose the lesson. The lesson will then have a accompanying kind of learning portion of it, where it'll be a video or it'll be some sort of aspect of learning that'll show them how the skill is mastered. Then they'll have the opportunity to demonstrate mastery. They'll have an assigned number of lessons each day for each subject, and then there will be a tracker that sort of keeps note of how they're doing in each subject. So when they log on, they're able to see each subject and keep track of how many lessons they need to acquire for that day. It's 2 hours in the sense that it's supposed to take 2 hours total. There's time built in for a break during that 2 hours. There's also the opportunity to revisit lessons outside of that 2-hour window should they need to. The AI and the learning team helps build out what skills they might need and identify knowledge gaps. So for instance, if they're struggling with reducing or simplifying fractions. Perhaps their struggle is more related to their knowledge of multiplication and division facts. So they might assign some supplementary lessons to go with that. We use a whole suite of apps. Some are internal to our software and some are external, things like IXL, Lileo, things of that nature. All of that's accessible to the student as they log on each morning.
Okay. So how is the AI and the learning team working together to support the student through that process?
Correct. So we will have our guides. That's our what we could traditionally call teachers. They're there to help motivate the student and ensure that they're staying on task, logging on, tracking their progress. The AI and the academics team are monitoring things in terms of completion, noticing what types of mistakes are being made, how long time is being spent on each problem, and why the mistakes are being made. So that will then kind of revamp each day, reassess where they are, and provide those supplementary skills to make sure that they're getting the knowledge gaps filled that they have existing.
So in a situation where the learning team is noticing that students are not staying on task,
Yep.
So what does that look like?
So what that'll look like is we use an app called Study Reel that essentially captures their screen. So it'll see their cursor, it'll see their tabs, it'll see what they're working on. And if we are noticing off-task behaviors such as logging out, working on different activities, the virtual guide will be able to zoom in and ensure that the student is on task and doing what needs to be done each day. We'll also make sure that if their academic off-task behavior is related to either disinterest or inability. So if we're noticing that the off-task behaviors are directly related to some sort of inability, we're going to try to identify where they are in that process. So if we give a third grade reading lesson and they don't do it, or they don't want to do it, or they're off task routinely, is that because they are disinterested in the topic, or they're unable to decode, parse out, use their phonetic awareness to read the passage in front of them? We're then going to take those supplementary skills, find their lexile level, and then incorporate those lessons at an appropriate grade level.
Just a couple more questions and I'll let someone else.
Of course.
So the identification process, is that through an AI process, or is that an individual that is interacting with the student to determine if it's disinterest or if there's challenges that need to be addressed academically?
There's a little of both. So all students are given the MAP assessment at the start of the year. That'll kind of give us their requisite levels. From there, we'll then build an individualized plan for the student in terms of their educational ability and where they are. Now, if we're seeing disinterest or we're seeing off-task behaviors, we're going to be able to monitor that and have coaching calls with the students to see where we need to meet them and why they aren't doing well with it. So for instance, if they take a 30-question assessment in science, our guides are going to go through each question, a human being is going to go through each question with the student to determine where they are and why they missed each question. So they'll say, for this question, you were rushing. For this question, there's a knowledge gap. For this question, you were rushing. For this question, you were off task. And we're going to be able to tell them why they were and then determine what skills they might need to build the next lesson. So the AI is helping to build the data in terms of requisite skills or resources to plug into that student's dash the next morning. But the guide is there to help fill in some of the human side of things too in terms of where the student is and what supports they may need.
Okay. And I just have one other question, then I'll pass on to someone else. So your data that you shared, where there were students that were, say, in the 1-2 top 10%, top 2% math and science, can you provide a little bit more detail on how students are coming to you academically? Like, are they already academically strong students that are falling in that category, or are you having an opportunity to bring in students that have some academic challenges and you are providing the supports to get them to that level?
It's definitely a mix. Certainly for the former, we have a gifted and talented outpost of this model right now, and those students obviously are coming to us at a higher level. However, in our flagship school, Alpha in Austin, we have students of all varying levels, and we are building plans for them based on where they are. So that's why our 3 commitments are to love school and then learn 2X. That 2X can look radically different student to student in terms of where they end up. We still want the level of growth to be the same. We want them to learn 2X in terms of where they start the year. However, for one student, they may go higher above that. Our top 2%, we're seeing upwards of 6X growth, but for all students, we're seeing a minimum of 2.4X growth. Of course.
Andrew Price, board member. Just one thing we referenced in our application. We have a private school in Brownsville, Texas. It's an interesting environment. It's sort of half SpaceX families, so extremely gifted typically, and then half sort of full scholarship, low SES local residents. So it's a really interesting mix. But there, that low SES cohort a year ago came in at the 31st percentile in both math and reading, and ended up at 84th and 71st after a year. So that was that full grade. I think that was their second, third, fourth grade. I got to see in there. So undoubtedly, a majority of the kids in these high-end private schools are coming in above average, but we have had experience with this model at the lower end. We really believe, and the data has shown, it works really well for the kids that are ahead because it can meet them and accelerate them. Works really well for the kids that are behind because as he said, if you're in third grade, nominally, but you don't know second grade yet, it'll just start filling in those lessons, which is what the kid needs. They need to go and fill those holes. And so we do have some results there. We've also partnered with a brick and mortar charter school in Northeast Austin. That started in August, so we're only 2 months in, but that's about 100 students. We gave them that initial assessment, and I believe 90% of them were in the bottom decile on the MAPS test. And so again, we don't have I don't have a here's where we took them result just yet for you, but we absolutely believe this model is meant for that students that's behind.
Thank you.
Mr. Davis?
Yes, couple of questions here. Are you working with any students outside of the private schools that you mentioned or the charter school that you mentioned, or all the students that you're working with in a brick and mortar environment?
Tim Eierman. We currently, for all of our schools, are brick and mortar. However, we do have many students that are able to access the material outside of school, outside of the typical school day, and we are hoping to bring this model to a virtual charter school.
But all of those students that you mentioned accessing this outside of the typical school day are involved in a brick and mortar model?
Yes.
Okay.
With the exception of
Andrew Price. We talked a little about the Ukrainian refugee project that we went through in the thing. So those students are all accessing it virtually. We gave them a laptop at an event, and then they work from home from there. So there's again, admittedly, most of this model has been happening in brick and mortar to date, but we absolutely have examples. The Ukrainian is the largest, where people have been going through this process.
Yep.
How
many students are involved? The Ukrainian students?
That was pretty large. I actually think it's about 500.
500.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it was a large group.
Okay.
And Tim Eierman, just to add that as well, in terms of seeing this work outside of the brick and mortar, I will say as well, we've had students who have had to leave for 8-9 weeks at a time and have been able to keep up with the 2-hour learning academic model while away from the brick and mortar school, given how it works.
Yeah, but it's fair to say that most of your students are brick and mortar. They're doing this during the school day.
Currently.
They're not doing this for 2 hours and then they're done with their academics.
Currently.
Okay. Why, just curiosity, why is this outside of the Ukrainian refugees not happening in Texas where most of your schools are?
Tim Eierman, we are hoping to expand nationwide. And so we are trying to pilot this program at charter schools across 24 different states right now to ensure that we can provide this access and this model to as many students as possible.
Yeah, but you're not asking you're not asking to do this in charter schools in Arkansas. You're asking for a virtual model that you've only tested with Ukrainian students thus far. And I guess my question is, since you have such deep roots in Texas, I'm just trying to figure out why Texas isn't a place to start to do that outside of the.
We're in the midst of that process too.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Andy Price. The simple answer there is Texas doesn't have a virtual charter program right now.
Okay.
Absolutely, we would be on top of that if they do. So I think there's one that came in via some rule that then got closed away, and so it's grandfathered. But
yeah, why doesn't Texas have a virtual?
Okay. Politics.
We can look that up. We need to kind of look that up.
But so that's why we have partnered with that brick and mortar charter. that's what's available there. So, but I think you're right that that is our sort of center of gravity, and we absolutely will as soon if that gets opened up. But it's not available right now.
Yeah, and how'd you come to Arkansas?
Our research was that seemed to have a set of rules and regulation that was open to the sort of innovative product that we have here,
Yeah.
and I think it seemed a good fit.
Thank you for that. Talk to me a little bit about servicing special ed students. What does that look like?
So obviously, Tim Ironman will be compliant and in keeping with all federal and state regulations in terms of the child find process, the MTSS process, ensuring that all students get the supports that they need. Typically, for how we projected this out, we'll contract out the requisite therapies, evaluations, and minutes necessary to service any student's IEP or 504.
Okay, so you will contract out in order to meet a student's IEP. Is that? I just want to.
We'll hire the
We'll
hire the
simple with this education stuff. So
we'll hire the appropriate individual who is certified and ensure that they are getting the requisite minutes necessary by law for their IEP.
okay. And you mentioned the idea of learning team, and you sort of say we refer to them as learning team. I think
Our
that's-
guides,
I'm sorry.
our guides, our teachers,
Yeah,
our guides. Yeah,
yeah,
thank you. Yeah.
They're called guides.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guides. Give me, are they certified individuals?
Typically, no.
Okay.
To this point, we believe strongly, and I was a career educator. I taught for 7 years. I'm a school principal for 10 years. My idea and our idea behind that is the number one thing our guides can focus on is ensuring that the students are motivated, engaged, and excited about learning. That first commitment, as I mentioned, before the 2X learning is loving school. And our guides' main mission is to ensure that they are accessing the material and engaged in the curriculum in such a way that makes them love being in school.
And just a couple more questions for me. And sorry, I might have missed it in the application. Student to guide ratio, what does that look like?
I believe our application says 33 to 1.
33 to 1?
Yep.
And how are you identifying guides? How do they come to you, or how do you recruit guides?
We have a very rigorous process for both hiring and for identifying potential guides. We compensate our guides extremely well, so it is a competitive and sought out position for our guides. We have a screening process, we have an application and assessment process, and then we, because of our existing brick and mortar campuses too, we're able to kind of deploy them across different campuses to see if they have a good fit and they lock in with our motivational model.
Say more about that. What
Yeah.
do you mean deploy them across campuses?
So
Are they
if we
on
have
campus doing this work?
So if we have an interested person who would be a good fit for that, what we can do is have them go observe and shadow an existing guide at a brick and mortar school to ensure that they see what motivation looks like, to see what the afternoon workshops look like, and that they are engaged and have that fit as a personality. Because not all career educators are necessarily good fits for guides, and not all guides are necessarily a good fit for career educators.
So your current guides are on campus working with students as they go through the process. Is that what I'm hearing?
Currently, yeah.
Okay, currently.
Yeah.
But that would not be the model here.
No, they would be speaking to the student virtually, and they would be Zooming or Google Meeting into the process, and that is not an uncommon paradigm right now either. Typically, for coaching calls and things of that nature, a lot of times the students are doing that online. For our students, they'll be able to Zoom in with their guides after hours.
So how are you identifying those who have those unique skills and be able to motivate or work with students online versus those that are kind of working with students in a brick and mortar setting?
We'll have a hiring process in terms of their qualifications, their experience. We've had a lot of luck with athletics and coaching people of that nature who've been able to motivate former leaders, second career individuals, and we'll find what fits best for those students. We'll also ensure, obviously, that they are a fit for the online version thereof in terms of a presence, the ability to navigate technology, the wherewithal to understand why and where students are from a day-to-day basis, and ensuring that students are meeting their needs.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you.
That's all I have for now.
All right, thank you. Ms. Bowen.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the work you guys put into the presentation and to the information that you've provided us. A very interesting model, different than than what we have generally seen. Couple of questions. So the expansion into the virtual world is new for you all, and you're coming here to Arkansas. What other states are you actively trying to extend the virtual model into right now?
Yeah, Andy Price. Currently, we are in the process with Arizona and Pennsylvania.
Okay, so you're kind of doing the same thing with them that you're doing with us?
Yeah, plus or minus, yeah. But so just sort of, he mentioned nationwide, that's obviously ultimately the aspiration, but we picked a few places that we felt were sort of aligned from a regulatory standpoint to what we wanted to do, and that's where we're starting.
So explain to us the strategic discussion that you all obviously had when you were deciding to do virtual as opposed to brick and mortar, and then also that you aspire to be nationwide versus, Texas or regional. I'd be interested in the thought process behind that.
So a couple questions there. The virtual versus brick and mortar, I think we want to do both, frankly. We are applying to a brick and mortar charter in Texas. I mentioned they don't have virtual, so we are doing that. We think the model scales better virtually. We again, happy to be fully transparent. We don't have a fully virtual school. We have elements where students have done the core curriculum virtually. We have elements in after-school programs where kids have done the workshops virtually. And so we believe we're prepared to piece it all together, but we have not done it fully, and we understand that there's always challenges, and we're ready to work through those. But we do feel that the model, it's almost inherently virtual, right? The kids right now, they show up at a brick and mortar school and they spend the morning sitting with their earphones on a laptop. And so we think it's going to translate real well, and we think it's just an easier way to scale as opposed to opening a dozen brick and mortar schools. But we're certainly we're doing that too, as I said. Why nationwide versus regionally? I mean, I think we are taking it in a measured approach. I guess especially when we're going virtually, it didn't seem to us very different if the states were quite next to each other or not. In today's world, didn't seem to matter much. So we picked a few to start with, and expand from there. But I think so. I sort of see it as almost a regional type of approach, in that they just in the virtual world they don't really have to be right next to each other.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So going just a few more questions on the brick and mortar school that you all operate in Texas. Help us understand the student population a bit more. And I hear some, there's a number of SpaceX brat kids, and let me ask. I'm interested in knowing how many of the kids in that brick and mortar school are working above grade level, and how many are working below grade level. In other words, the ones that are excelling, and then the ones that are struggling. What percentage of the population of students does each represent?
I mean, there's a mix. So there's 8 affiliated private schools at this point. So the answer is there's quite a range. There are some examples at the higher end. The Austin Alpha is a $40,000 private school, right? So the population is sort of what you would expect for that. I mentioned the Brownsville campus, which is a $10,000 product, half SpaceX families and half full scholarship local low SES families that came in quite behind. And so that was about 50-50 there. I mentioned that charter we're partnering with, where almost everybody is behind at this point. But yes, the higher end private school students come in typically at or above. So there's a mix there. I would say that as we sit here today, given the addition of those 100 students from the charter, I would think we have more behind than we ever had, but I would hope in a year that that's not the case anymore.
So just
Tim Ironman too, if I can just add really quickly, thank you. In terms of the model too, with the exception of the gifted and talented kind of outpost that we have, otherwise the other campuses, we commit to meeting students where they are. And so the curriculum itself is built on the foundation of doing that. And so when we are looking to admit students, we're far more concerned with our brick and mortar campuses right now and their ability to operate within the model than where they are academically.
So just some questions on the guides. I think that's something that we all have questions about just because it's different than what we have seen. And especially as you expand into virtual, you know, the relationship of student to guide will be different. I guess I'm wondering how that will be. So I'm a banker. I come from a banking background. We have call centers, and you call into a call center, you get, you know, a knowledgeable service rep, and they handle your issues. But there's no real relationship between the customer and the service rep. And so as you all expand into Arkansas, I guess just a couple, I'll just go through these. I think they all fit. So I wondered where the guides would live, and I guess I was wondering if you are national, is there going to be a call center full of guides that kids can access? And then the thought was, is there a personal relationship with the guides? So then I thought, well, maybe guides will be assigned to students, and the student will always have the same guide, and so they can get comfortable with that person, and there will be a personal relationship as much as you can have virtually. So so that, I guess that's my just a question of how will this actually work for students?
Tim Ironman, so a few questions there. The first question was more about geography and physical location of guides. We'll obviously comply with any and all regulations in terms of residency for our guides with Arkansas. However, we will probably cast a pretty wide net nationwide to find the best person and persons for the job. In terms of the relationship, I think that's a really great question, and I think that speaks to the passion and the fire that the guides are able to bring out of our students. They are not, because of the 2-hour learning, because of the AI, because of how the data works, they are not going home and spending hours creating lesson plans for those academic times. They are going home and working on specific measures for what motivates the students and what can get them excited about learning. So they will have at minimum a weekly one-on-one meeting where the whole purpose is to have a discussion with the student about where they are academically, but then it quickly morphs into just who they are and why they're doing what they're doing and who they are as a person. And we really call that, we kind of call that a limitless lunch, where the opportunity is for students to have a conversation, or maybe they'll even virtually break bread together and have that one-on-one time where they'll be able to talk about what it means to be a student, what excites them and what they like. Did you catch the game last week? What are you doing this weekend? Those type of conversations. Beyond that, we have a lot of data sets and structures in place to measure how effective the students are interacting with the guide. So it's not going to be a set and forget it model where, oh, they've got the 2-hour academics, so I'm just gonna sit here. We're going to have measures that the guides are going to need to fill in on a weekly basis in terms of where the student is. They're going to survey their love of school, survey their academic growth, and also figure out where they are in the life skills workshop and be able to report that back with true metrics of objective data in terms of how the students are functioning, performing, and excelling within the model. It's not an opportunity for a mere, a tech support type calling, oh, you couldn't open the app, gotcha. Yes, they'll be doing that too, but they'll really have the opportunity to connect with the student. Also, given how our model works, it makes sense often for the students to have the same guide over at least a minimum of 2 years to really kind of foster that growth and foster that individual relationship.
Yeah, Andy Price, if it wasn't clear, just to directly answer your question, each guide's going to be directly assigned 33 students, and that relationship lasts at least a year, if not longer, because it isn't necessarily tied to a grade level of material. So it's not a call center type of relationship. It's a teacher type of relationship, and it's going to actually be, as Tim mentioned, much stronger than that and much more relational. Now, we also do have the tech support center that he said. In Dash, they can click support and get help. I can't log into the browser, and that's a call center. But that's a whole different type of relationship, right? I can't open my thing. The guide's job is to understand the child and motivate them and keep them on task. And those guides also run the afternoon workshops, which they'll have a set of students in their virtual workshops, and those are typically synchronous, where they'll be interacting all together.
Okay.
Phil,
My last question. So you guys are wanting to do grades 4 through 8. Explain to us why 4 through 8, and I guess if these kids are so advanced at 8th grade and they go back into a traditional school, what happens to them?
Tim Ironman, I'll start off and I'll let Andy finish the question. But to be blunt, those are the grades that we feel we have the ability to make the most immediate impact. We're still working on the language of literacy and the science of reading for K through 3 right now. And so we feel like the apps and the skills are best used for grades 4 through 8 in terms of getting the students where they need to be for high school. And then beyond high school, we want them to be competitive and ready for the most competitive and exciting, academically challenging high school that they can get to. We have a small high school in Austin right now, a small private high school. It works off of a far different model where the students are more or less engaged in a 4-year-long masterpiece type project, as we like to call it, where their time is spent more on an entrepreneurial or business-related venture than a traditional high school. So that's why we believe 4 through 8 is the best grades to enter into the market with.
Yeah, Andy Price. I do anticipate. Here's what we want to do. We want to do 4 to 8, deliver great results, come back to you in a few years, and say we believe we're ready to do K through 3 now. We do have a few concerns about that being a pure virtual learning experience right now, and we don't want to step into something that we're not going to succeed in. We do that at our physical schools, and I think we are absolutely going to be ready to do that virtually in a couple years. The high school expansion is sort of more TBD. That isn't a big focus for us right now. Maybe, but right. What I expect we're going to do is just deliver great results at 4 through 8, come back to you in a couple years and say we're ready for K through 3, and beyond that, not sure.
just want to build upon the earlier question Mr. Baldwin just asked about the guides, and also Mr. Davis asked about guides as well. Credentials, I'm sorry I may have missed it. The credentials of your guides, are they certified?
Tim Ironman. We currently, obviously in our existing models, they are not typically not certified in the state in which they're teaching. In terms of compliance and highly qualified, we'll ensure that our guides meet all regulatory needs for the state of Arkansas and for virtual charter schools.
Okay. Ms. Newton.
Listen, I wished it would have been my preference for you to bring us an example like how the student interacts, or AI and how that plays into it. I hear it, but I don't know if I completely understand the interaction. In your application, you mentioned reaching out to rural areas, and in Arkansas, as well as many other states, there are disparities in terms of learning or achievement in rural areas compared to more urban areas. And most of Arkansas is rural by definition. So I'm concerned about the model that provides the guide, and also those things that are personal, that need to be accomplished. And challenges is an example, Wi-Fi, or absence of broadband connection for all our communities and all our families. So those are things. And also, you mentioned that you were going to, after the academic part, the life skills. Tell me a little bit about that. That's one of the things that certainly is a part of education as we know it, and so how will you accomplish that?
Thank you very much, Tim Ironman. To answer your first question in terms of sort of the technical aspect of it, we will provide the device for the student in terms of what they'll be working on each day. In terms of Wi-Fi access, I'll obviously work with our academics and our IT team to ensure that we are allowing the students to get access to what they need in terms of the day-to-day internet usage. In terms of broadband, I don't have the technical aspects of how well it works on different levels of tech, but we can absolutely get that in terms of where they are. We've had good luck with limited Wi-Fi for the apps, and then for the guide interactions as well, we can do that with a pretty minimal connection. So we're hopeful that that will be successful. In regards to the afternoon workshops, those are really opportunities to work on different life skills for the students. And across the virtual environment, we have things in which the students can work on kind of a team building skill or a entrepreneurship skill or a grit skill and determination in terms of what that'll do. So we'll have ones in which students have had to climb Mount Everest virtually together. So they have to communicate with one another about what supplies are left, how long they're going to travel, what the elevation is, what the oxygen levels are left, and they're having to talk to one another online throughout this whole process. And there's a picture in kind of a virtual world that's in front of them as they see their avatars moving up the mountain. But that allows the students to not only work on their public speaking, work on their camaraderie, but also works on teamwork and problem solving. We've also had ones where students have had to work through real life business scenarios or business challenges that universities have done together, where they've had to work in tandem to ensure that students are meeting the requirements, accomplishing the skill, and also having something to show that they accomplished that process, the test to pass situation. And then we also have been able to work on students who have been able to have business proposals and ventures where they can talk about what ideas they have for different businesses and different models, and they're given the opportunity to really work through as a team what works, and as well with the online model really lending itself well to public speaking. So students have been able to deliver TED Talks, deliver different speeches about what ignites them or impassions them.
I want to reference it's by Dickerson. It's a narrative about because I didn't have a pencil. And it outlines a young person waking up in the morning and the challenges of just getting up, getting breakfast, and getting, all the things needed that aren't there. So contrasting the Mount Everest example, sometimes soft skills for us are just getting to where you're going. So that's fine, and I understand what you're saying in terms of the challenge, but oftentimes it's just about, and the story ends, and I'd invite people to Google it, and with Dickerson, the story ends that the young person gets up, manages to get his brother or sister up and get to school, and then he gets in trouble because he doesn't have his pencil. So it goes back to what life skills are to one person and life skills to the other. So what are life skills that differs, and it adjust it, and not to call out or say that rural people that live in rural area are not motivated. We're very motivated to do some things. So we just can't. The assumption can't be made that you can transfer an urban model or Ukrainian model to a rural area. So I wanted to know if you had any special approaches or any concepts about how you would deal. You've mentioned Brownsville, Texas. You mentioned Austin, and I know there are rural areas in Texas. Are you serving rural schools, or not rural schools, or rural schools in your brick and mortar, or rural communities in your approach to virtual learning?
Tim Ironman. So in terms of our current student population that would be considered rural, I would, given the proximity to major metroplexes like Austin, I would argue that none of our students would be considered rural students, even if they're driving. We have students that are coming up from San Marcos area, which is not rural. So I want to make that clear. But I would kind of tandem that with your larger question about what are we going to do for the students in these environments, and I would put that back on our guides in terms of connecting with these students and making sure that they are finding out what motivates the students, what life skills would be applicable. The beauty of the life skills workshops in the afternoon, and I gave you a couple examples that could work virtually, we're more than open and amenable to researching and finding out different ones that would work for the specific population. Workshops and life skills in the afternoon can also largely be student driven. So if after the first couple weeks the students are demonstrating more of a passion or more of a knowledge or more of a need for a specific skill that we can work on in the afternoon, we will tailor that workshop, and our life skills team will help build that out for the individuals to make sure that's more both relevant and exciting for the student. So while we don't have specific exemplars of that population now, I can assure you that we have also, we had students come in who had varying different interests that we've been able to explore and go after because of what interests them. There's a surfing workshop in Brownsville. We don't have that in Austin. And the idea behind that is, obviously, geographically that makes more sense, but there was a student who was very passionate about that, and they've been working on that now because of that student's interest. So we're excited to bring that for the different communities. We want to be a part of that process, and we want, most importantly, the stakeholders, the families, students, and guides to help drive that process.
So they're not specifically life skills then, are they? Or would they be challenges? Surfing, I can't,
Yeah.
imagine in Brownsville, I know
Yeah.
there's water there, but,
The life, if I could interrupt, the life skill is for that would be grit or determination that we're trying to focus on for the student. And again, those larger pieces, public speaking, grit, teamwork, those can, lend themselves to a multitude of different activities. And the life skills, the way we use that term in terms of life skills, I know that can also be tied to a specific set of curricula for students, depending on need. So I want to make sure that when we say life skills, we're talking about the requisite skills they need to be successful in life. It's things like grit, determination, teamwork, public speaking. Those are ones that we'll be able to build workshops on that will be tailored to the students' interests and needs, regardless of geography. We're going to work with them.
Dr. Moore?
Good morning. Thank you for your time. I do have several questions. First, it seems a bit of a logical fallacy to cite the 10 to 20% lower completion rates in online schools in Arkansas and then share data about an in-person private school. So just set the stage for that. But you're not bringing us any data that you have to share about online schools. So there's that. And then you mentioned about the guides. I'm not seeing a waiver for licensure, but I could be overlooking it. And you just said your teachers would not necessarily be licensed. So
Yeah. So to speak to the teacher part again, we're more than welcome and willing to go through whatever certification process is necessary, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Andy Price. We were answering a different question earlier. The teachers at the private school, in many cases, are not certified. It's not a requirement, and they're not. The teachers at this school will be certified Arkansas teachers as required by law.
Okay.
So we will make sure that happens.
So they will be. Okay.
Yes,
So
they
a
will
minute
be.
ago you said that they would be.
Currently, many are not at the private school was the answer there because it's not a requirement.
Okay, but for the online school,
But
your intent
we,
is
and
that you're
that, that was consistent, absolutely. Consistent with the waiver thing. Anything that we felt we could do, we didn't ask for a waiver around. And we certainly can ensure that these people are certified, and that is our, just backing up a step, that word guide, I always wonder if we should even use it, because it sounds like we're trying to skirt some sort of thing, and that's not at all what we're trying to do.
More of a facilitator of
Yeah,
learning.
Yeah, and that's the reason is there's a little, they don't stand in front of a classroom or a Zoom and present. It is more of a relationship and facilitator, but we're not in any way trying to skirt the regulations, and they will be fully certified.
Okay, and so additional questions about the guide. Will they be subject certified? Will it be more, I'm thinking of 4 through 8, so it's a little different there, because so like in 4th and 5th and 6th, are you gonna have teachers that are teaching specific content areas, or will like the 4th grade teacher teach all? Since
Well,
it's competency based, I'm trying to see. how
Again,
that's gonna work.
the core academic delivery is done through the AI and done through the apps. So the guide, we would ensure that they were highly qualified to deliver whatever workshops they would be delivering in the afternoon. In terms of
So help me
certification.
understand, so say the 7th grade math curriculum.
Yeah.
You will have a guide that is certified in mathematics then?
That guide would not be delivering mathematics instruction on a daily basis.
Well, that's how certified teachers work in Arkansas.
Well, and I'm a current certified teacher. I understand the process of certification. My question is particularly for not question, my thought is that their certification, we would work to get them for middle school, I assume specific subject matter, but for and the primary grades, it's a general certification,
Right, but for seventh and eighth, you would have,
specific subject matter. And again, if need be, then we'll get one for every requisite subject to ensure that we're meeting compliance needs.
okay.
Again,
'Cause
we're
there's
not
just
asking
like
asking for a waiver on that.
Yeah, there's not a general licensure, for
No.
seventh and eighth grade, even though it's an AI curriculum.
Correct.
So,
Okay.
okay, and so speaking of the AI curriculum, that's another question I have. So AI is typically based upon existing code, and this is like something that's already established. So I'm trying to understand, because anytime standards change, it's been typical over the years that textbooks would say, we're aligned to Arkansas standards. Where really the textbook is exactly what it was before the standards changed. That's like happens.
Sure.
In Arkansas, we have a really big push for high quality instructional materials, not only for the science of reading in the early grades, but K-12, high quality instructional materials that are based on the standards, have coherence, rigor, all of those things. So help me understand how your AI code that has been written for the standards potentially in Texas and maybe in your other schools, because I believe that you're also in Miami and somewhere in Colorado, and we've not mentioned those, which that's another question I have. But tell me how this AI code is going to actually be related to Arkansas standards.
Andy Price. Maybe an example here of what the AI does versus what the learning apps do would be helpful. So we have learning apps. Again, some of them we've built. Some of them are ones you've heard of. IXL is a good example. IXL has support in math in these relevant grades for Florida standards, for Texas standards, for Arkansas standards. And they continue to update that, right, as the standards change. And that is the math application currently that a 4th through 8th grader would use in this environment.
So
What-
IXL typically isn't a curriculum.
Right.
So what curriculum?
Well, so what the AI is going to do, back to what the AI is going to do is Tim was talking about, it's going to see, okay, the student's on a fraction lesson and keeps making this mistake, right? It watches the screen, it processes it's not making, what it's doing is saying the student doesn't know this thing from 2nd grade yet. And then it goes and finds that in the IXL data bank and puts that as their next lesson. So it's more observing and putting the student where they belong and then giving them the right next steps. It's like a tutor almost, if you will. So there's their main classwork, which in my example is being provided by IXL's database. And then there's the tutor that's sitting over their shoulder at every moment. Oh, you didn't get that right. Why don't you look at this? We're really just trying to mimic as close as possible. Talks about some of the learning science in the application, but trying to mimic as close as possible having a one-on-one personalized tutor, which everybody knows is great, it's just unaffordable. And we believe that AI is changing that. These AIs can watch what the student's doing, can see how it's struggling. They don't care if the student's black or white, they don't care if they live in a big city or live in a rural area. They're infinitely patient, and it's been delivering these great results. But it's not generating curriculum on the fly that's done in the traditional way, which is we have a curriculum bank. We make sure that matches with the Arkansas standards. I think we did a mapping, the academic team did as a part of the application. When those standards change, each year they'll update that curriculum bank. That's all happening in a very traditional manner. The AI is think of it as a tutor on top of this. Maybe doesn't care about all the details of the curriculum. It's worried about is the student struggling with fractions at this point, and if so, what do I need to show them so that they can learn that lesson and move on to the next one.
Okay, great. And I'm familiar with how AI works in that sort, so that's clear. Let's speak more then to your Tier 1 curriculum, because I'm still not seeing that clearly what your Tier 1 curriculum is really for anything.
Tim Ironman. So in regards to what the curriculum is, we'll do the map assessment, see where the students are, and then deliver those requisite skills based on their assessment results. So that will be through the suite of apps, IXL, Lilo, Amira, Alpha Read, different ones in-house that will help build out those lessons for the students.
So I'm not trying to get into semantics.
No worries.
But so when in Arkansas with our high quality instructional materials curriculum is more specific than that. It's not just a bank of problems and pulling lessons here, there, and everywhere, because although that would save teachers time from doing it themselves, we're telling teachers not to do that. We're telling teachers to use a structured, coherent curriculum. Adaptive is great once someone's reached mastery, but it's not just a bank of problems and random lessons that lack coherence, and that seems to be what you're describing. I may be missing it though.
So are you talking about the pedagogical delivery of said lessons, or just the content therein?
Curriculum where there are standards-based lessons that are structured with a scope and sequence such that makes coherent and clarity and rigor aligned over an entire course.
Sure.
And a student could still progress differently. Like in a traditional classroom, they may be limited because of the bell ringing and the number of students in the class, and they do have to spend longer on one thing. But that scope and sequence would still exist, but you might move faster. And just like you might give a pre-assessment in a regular classroom, if someone's mastered that, you let them move on. Same thing here. Your AI tool would be using potentially a regular curriculum. So, like for example, Envision Math was one that someone yesterday was going to be using. Or I'm a big fan of illustrative math. That's another one. Former math, so that's why I'm
Sure.
pounding on math. But there might be a pre-assessment and they do well, and your AI will then let them move on, or your AI, if they didn't do well, would give them additional instruction and resources. So I get that.
Yeah.
But I'm not hearing anything about an actual scope and sequence structured curriculum. I'm just hearing a lot of random, we have a bank of a bunch of different things and apps that we can pull from.
Yep. So with that in mind, if the need is to approach the scope and sequence with a specific path, progression, et cetera, as outlined by the state of Arkansas, we can very easily do a crosswalk of our existing resources to map it exactly to that scope and sequence if needed to progress through at the same path, logical progression of each lesson as dictated. Yeah.
Andy Price. There was and maybe I just want to make sure I'm understanding, there was like a 290-page addendum I'm sure you didn't go through in the application that sort of grade by subject went through the standards in our lessons. It's not a random collection of lessons. Each grade subject has a curriculum plan. It's 100 plus or minus lessons in a specific sequence. The students, and they're in this appendix document, the students go through that, and that's your point. They may place out and start a little ahead, or they may struggle and have to get things filled in. But it's not a random. There's a line of 100 lessons, the curriculum that they need to go through. You might go through them real quick if you're gifted. You might start a little higher. You might have a lot of stuff from the back added in to supplement. We call them scaffolding lessons. So that's where the order gets a little bit. But there's a linear curriculum for each grade subject pair that's about 100 lessons. That's maps to the standards and that we continually update, and it's in that. And so I don't want to sound like this is all. The AI is great. We do a lot of things with it. It's not just making up paths down a new curriculum. There's a fixed fourth grade math. It's these 100, 110, 90, I forget exactly, lessons in this order with these groups. There's a unit test after these 6 to make sure you mastered these 6, and it goes in the line.
Okay, and has it by chance been reviewed by an independent group like Ed Reports or anything like that?
The private schools are certified by Cognia. I don't know to what degree they look at the curriculum, but they are sort of accredited in that sense. So I believe that was a part of the accreditation.
Okay, thank you. And just 2 more questions, again, real quick.
Well,
Okay.
please.
So speaking of you being in Florida and Colorado, I know Florida is very friendly to online charters. To my knowledge, at least they are. I mean, they exist. So is there a reason, since you already have a presence in Florida, that Florida is not being pursued?
Sorry, Andy Price again. So we expanded into Florida with an alpha private school in this August. So it was a very recent expansion, but we did that. They are very friendly to private virtual schools. They do not support virtual charters as well, similar to Texas.
Okay, just I mean, just Googling, not.
I wish they did.
I'm
I've
Googling and I thought I saw them in both Texas and in Florida, so maybe.
yeah. So I
maybe that
think
made it a
both fall
little
into
closer.
yeah.
It appeared to be charter.
So they have the ESA program, and so that it's something that we've been talking about. We decided we really wanted to get into the public sector with this. Was a strategic decision of ours, and so that's when we found 4 or 5 of these states that we felt were aligned with a virtual model that was public. So Florida doesn't do that. Texas doesn't do that, unfortunately. The Colorado thing is a micro school that we're sort of debating. We're sort of doing the marketing. If we get the students, we may start. There's not actually anything in Colorado right now. There was a marketing effort. You saw that correctly. And sort of if we get 5-10 families that want to do it, we're going to start a micro school there. But that's sort of a work in progress.
Okay. And then I'll skip some of my questions, but want to go back to Mr. Baldwin's question. If a student is advanced and goes through your program quickly because of the competency based, which is definitely something that our secretary is very much into acceleration, and we're all for that. But if say a 10-year-old completes 8th grade and there's not a 9th grade for them to go to in your program, what's the plan for that transition?
Tim Ironman. So academically, we'll be able to unlock higher materials for them as needed. In terms of where they are in a grade, while they might be able to access higher levels in specific curricula, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to progress to the next grade either. So if they're at, great example, we had a 3rd grader who was on 8th grade level math, but still in 3rd grade level reading. They're going to remain that 3rd grader while being able to unlock higher level curricula as they go. In terms of going beyond, let's just say, we'll say we had an 8th grader that topped out their high school curriculum for a specific subject. We have our academics team willing and able and have unlocked different opportunities and different skills for them to work on beyond the end of 10th or 8th, 10th grade, wherever they may have gotten to the peak of.
So once they've topped out with you, though, like if they're going to transition back to an Arkansas program,
Yep.
If that's their option, what do you think that would look like?
We have that happens with our private schools now, where students choose to go back to their more traditional high school, even after having technically accomplished X number of high school level courses throughout their time with us in the middle school grades. What we want to do there is empower the student to not only accelerate through that process, should they wish to. We've had students that have gone through high school at a quicker pace if they wish to. We also want to ensure that they are set up for success with those requisite life skills in the afternoon, so that they're strong public speakers, they're determined, they are good with teams, they have entrepreneurial spirit and ideas behind that, so they can bring those skills and hopefully explore different courses throughout their high school, because they will hopefully be able to get it to work with a high school that will work on their individual needs and get them to a different level if they've already, say for instance, done algebra or geometry.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
No more questions.
Yes. So just a follow-up on that. So here's what I was thinking when I asked the question about what happens when they go back into public school. If these kids are let's talk about the super bright SpaceX kids, and they go back into the school that I graduated from in high school, they're going to get ostracized, they're going to get bullied, they're not going to fit, they're going to be from a different world, and the public school kids are going to enforce the rules of the school on them, and I'm worried about that. Have you had experience in Texas of that happening to your students?
Tim Ironman, and it's not necessarily apples to apples here, so I don't want to conflate the two. However, one of the workshops we run in our middle school right now at our Alpha campus is that a student needs to be able to go to lunch at Westlake High and interact and socialize with high school students. So we have specific workshops and ideals built upon public speaking, social interaction, being interested to be interesting, those type of ideals to hopefully have the student be socially well adjusted for high school. Now, I will say our model also lends itself well to students who aren't necessarily looking to go back to their traditional high school as well and might be exploring alternative options. But we have had success with students leaving us and going to an 8th grade class of 30 to a 9th grade class of 700.
Any others? Go ahead.
Okay. I did have some follow-up questions, and I wanted to kind of pass it along, so I didn't finish out my list. But I wanted to circle back around to special education. So it sounds like when you responded to the question before, if a student comes to you, they already have an IEP in place, you're gonna do what you need to do to support that student to make sure that that is met. If you have a student that is coming to you and they have disabilities that have not been identified, so can you walk us through what that process looks like
Sure.
for that student
Yep.
that may come to you and there may be concerns that have not been identified and they don't have an IEP in place?
Tim Ironman. So the special education child find process, we're going to ensure that we are going through the requisite steps. So obviously, we are going to move them through different tiers of academic supports. So if the student is displaying some sort of deficiency, cognitively, performance-wise, otherwise, we're going to work with the student to provide interventions to support that process. We're going to obviously be speaking with the parent, with the interventions and what's going to happen with that. And then obviously, if those are ineffective, we're going to begin the process of having our review of existing data meeting with the stakeholders, make sure that we have both the evaluator, special education staff, general education staff, family in the process, talking through those different steps. We'll then go obviously into the MET process, gather existing levels, that sort of process, decide what evaluations and what assessments we're going to administer, do that in the requisite amount of time, have the secondary MET meeting, discuss the results, and then implement and author the IEP as necessary.
So you feel like the facilitator model that you'll have in place will be able to support that work?
Tim Ironman, I do, especially in the sense that we're going to have an abundance of data, academically at the very least, to bring forth of where the student is, what we're seeing. We'll also, obviously, if we need to talk about a BASC or the WISC or other evaluations that we would need other input for, getting the stakeholders to fill that out, be it the guide, family members, whoever, to make sure that we have as much data as possible to go into the evaluation process.
And do you feel like that your system that you will have in place will support students that have additional visual, auditory needs
Yep.
as it relates to a disability that they may have that they come to the program with?
Yes, we do. In fact, we have a lot of accommodations within those apps, things like Speechify that can help with our dyslexic students, auditory assistance for our students that are hearing impaired. We have those processes in place already for students that need it.
Couple more questions. Okay. So, as I was listening to your responses to my colleagues' questions, what I guess I didn't hear, especially as we're looking at students that are going to be involved in your schools in the middle school level, I didn't hear a lot of career guidance or career awareness that will be supported for them. And then especially as we're looking at some of our expectations that we have related to LEARNs, we're looking at early career awareness, so you'll be looking at students that are even lower than, see, 7th, 8th grade, your 5th, 6th graders. What is your plan for that in this system? And then can you also, as you answer that question, give us some information on what is school guidance going to look like for students that are going to be involved in this program?
And you, Tim Ironman, you mentioned career awareness. Let me say that correctly. So the good news is a lot of our workshops can lend themselves to individuals exploring what opportunities and what skills or facilities they might be interested in. Again, a one-off, but one of our workshops that we have students that they have to master in order to progress to the next level is they need to be able to build a piece of furniture. And I know that's a real small kind of microcosm, but the idea of going beyond your traditional careers or ideas of these are skills that you'll need to function and to be successful. So the life skills workshop can lend itself quite well to finding out what those might be and what opportunities there will be for students, partnering hopefully with existing career tech or career institutions that can help give us guidance on what opportunities may be beyond our school. And then in terms of counseling and then that process, we do plan to hire obviously a counselor to help guide our students in that process as well beyond just the academics.
So at some of the campuses that you have now, what does that look like?
For our campus in existence, we have a counselor who can meet with the
I mean,
students.
so your career awareness model, your career planning model,
Yeah.
career guidance model, what does that look like on some of your existing campuses
Yeah.
with students that are currently utilizing this model?
The students are going to have to write, read, speak, and talk about the career that they're interested in. They're going to have to explore, research, talk about, interview, discuss what those options might be for them, and then present that to their peers and their guides for both feedback as well as viability for their future endeavors.
I guess my question is, how are they determining which careers they're wanting to speak about, present about, write about? How are they getting to that step of being able to know what they would like to do?
Yeah. We will obviously employ our guides to guide them through that process in terms of the requisite research, finding them opportunities for those discussions. We had a student who was very much into baking. He makes delicious cornbread. I bought some with my own money. And so we got him in touch with a local baker in terms of what the process looks like, what a baker's day can mean, waking up early, buying ingredients, supply chain, all of that, and they were able to have that conversation. That's going to be on our guides and our counselor to facilitate those conversations, get them going, so they can have the requisite interactions to determine if that's something they want to do. Speaking as someone who, until freshman political science, wanted to be a politician or a lawyer, I can assure you that if I had those conversations before my freshman year in college, I probably would not have gone down that path. So it would have been wonderful to have that sort of connectivity. And our workshops and our life skills in the afternoon give them the opportunity to really run down those different paths.
And just for my clarity of understanding, so currently, if we look at what you're doing in Texas, and I think I heard you mention that you're applying to be a charter. So what is your current structure? I mean, how are you categorized right now? If we said, you know, you're currently operating what type of learning environments?
We currently operate private schools in Texas and Miami, and we also support a brick and mortar charter school in Texas.
And then the Colorado is?
That's a potential venture. If that were to go, that would be a micro private school, but that's down the road. We're exploring it, but it has not been executed.
And what does your plan look like to recruit students to your school? If you were awarded the virtual charter, what would that look like for you to identify students?
Yeah, Andy Price. We've been putting together a marketing plan for this. One part of that, and this kind of relates to one of the questions earlier, but one part of that is what sorts of students do we think this model is for? And so we've developed a number of cohorts there. There's I mentioned that, you know, that student that's behind, the one that's ahead, but just in terms of family situation, there's the student who has some other kind of primary activity in their life, maybe some sort of athletic or something that wants a virtual school environment to complement with that. There's another group that had some sort of temporary disruption, and they want a solution like this for maybe a year or two. So we're basically building all those different kinds of there's the third one is sort of the homeschool parent that wants the child home for whatever family personal reasons, but doesn't necessarily want to own the education as much as is required in that scenario. So those are kind of major cohorts that we've researched and identified that we want to go after. And what we want to do is we're going to execute a sort of basically a brand awareness strategy. It's one we just went through in Austin for the 4 different private schools we have there. Obviously, it's a little different here, but we think a lot of the learnings there could. So there we were branding 2-hour learning along with the different schools. There's a school called Alpha, one called Next Gen, et cetera. Here we repurpose all that material to be 2-hour learning at the Unbound Academy in Arkansas. But it was a combination of online ads, some media, some print, some those sorts of things. So our plan was we just got through executing that in Austin, added over 100 schools to private schools that cost $25,000 plus. So we think in some sense the conversion step here is going to be a lot easier, right? If we get the family interested, it's no cost to them. We think that's going to work well, and we did, if you noticed in the budget, put in a pretty material marketing budget of $1,000 per new kid or attrited kid or graduated kid as a part of that. So that's several $100,000 in year one. We recognize that that there are a lot of choices, and so we're going to need to make clear why we're good and different, and so we've got that budget in there.
In Texas, are you currently working with the homeschool system there to be able to provide this type of support?
Yeah, so we are launching another venture we have going is we are launching a homeschool version of 2-Hour Learning that's essentially an app. So that it would just do the education part of what we talked about, none of the guides, none of the afternoon workshops, none of the whole school experience. Just if you as a parent want an app to go through this experience. So that's in beta test right now. With a few dozen families that are in Texas, but that's it's not going to be a Texas specific thing. It's going to be sort of for any families that want that.
Any additional questions? Yes, sir.
Just one more for me. And we've talked a lot about the guides, and I think we're all interested in that and in understanding that. So just to help us with that, I'm looking at your budget, and I'm looking at in the third year where you estimate 1,000 students, and down here in the staff section, the salary section, you show one principal, and then you say instructional assistants or teacher dash regular education parentheses lead guides, and you have 10 lead guides who I guess are certified teachers under Arkansas's rules and regs. And then below that it says instructional assistants dash special education or regular education, and then special education parentheses guides, and there's 21 of those. And so my question is, are those guides certified teachers, or are those something else?
Yeah, Andy Price. All 30 guides in that scenario are going to be certified teachers. The two different comp points, 60,000 and 100,000, both of which we believe are above market. And then there's going to be one. The plan is for one on-staff special needs focused teacher, outsourcing the individual special needs requirements, but that there would be one person on staff. It's possible we might be more efficient to have more than one person on staff and less outsourcing, but the budget's in there, and we can trade that off. So, but again, all 30 of those people certified teachers, and that word associates in there, but that's a $60,000 comp point, which is we can get a very qualified teacher at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I first of all want to commend you all for bringing innovation to education and express interest in expanding into Arkansas. A lot of what we have to do is ultimately evaluate capacity, and capacity in various areas. So academics, operations, and finance in particular. So a lot of the questions have been geared at the academics, and I'm sure there's more to come relative to compliance. You've stated your approach to expansion into Arkansas was initially because of laws, rules, regs, say, hey, look, this is favorable for your approach, and that's fine. But love to unpack even more your reasoning and rationale for going beyond. Once the laws, rules, and regs are okay, what else led you to say yes to Arkansas?
Andy Price, I think that the strategic decision was, we think this is a revolutionary way to get great outcomes for children. We're proving it out in private schools, and we're going to be expanding that in a for-profit model, but we want to take it more broadly than that, and so we wanted to get into the public market. We felt the best way to do that at scale was virtually, and we identified a handful of states that were forward-looking enough that they allowed that. I mean, that was the goal here is to expand this thing broadly into the public market. You know, Ms. Moore mentioned the Texas and Florida, and frankly, they're not as forward-looking as Arkansas is in this area. They appear to be on the surface, but when you dig into the regulations, they don't allow this. And so, you know, there were a handful that did, and we've been pursuing those. But the goal here is expand. We want to offer this capability to public families at no cost. It's not the exact same experience you're getting at our $25,000 school, obviously. For one, there's no school building, but it's close, and we can do it at no cost.
I appreciate that. The reason I ask, because you're looking at a state that has has several virtual academies already. So just wondering if you were able to gather any intel about any glows and or grows from the existing ones that led you to say, hey, there's an opportunity here, especially as a charter, as an open enrollment charter. You open yourself to any student anywhere within the state. And that gets to some of the questions earlier about some that are in rural areas, some in suburban areas. They're all over the place, but still having the capacity to handle them in all those areas.
Yeah, we did research those. They were the basis of a lot of our sizing projections and whatnot in our application, was looking at those. You know, again, I think the way Tim started with the presentation, he put lots of numbers up there. We're fundamentally outcomes focused first. That's what our group is about. We want to deliver great outcomes to the children. We believe we're going to do that. What we believe we're going to have to do is spend a lot of time, energy, and money getting the initial brand awareness and whatnot in Arkansas, and that's in our budget and our plan. But then we think the outcomes are going to speak for themselves, and that's how we plan to compete against the other folks out there. And we're gonna attract the families that find that compelling.
So on the academic side, there have been some questions about curriculum. There have been questions about handling students with various special needs. You may have a student that is listed as an English language learner, for example, or dyslexia. All of that impacts ultimately your capacity to build. I understand you've referenced to the we relative to all the things that you're doing across the country, other opportunities to pursue. Who's the we?
Yeah, that's a very fair question, because I want to be clear on that, and I'm probably sloppy sometimes. You know, Unbound Academic Institute Arkansas, Inc. is a Arkansas nonprofit. It's going to, hopefully in year 3, have 30 plus employees that are focused on nothing except this school. And that's the plan. It's going to partner with 2 Hour Learning to provide that morning curriculum piece and build upon that. But so a lot of there's all these expansion plans of 2 Hour Learning that are not going to be at all the focus of all the employees of the Arkansas nonprofit that's focused on delivering this school outcome. And we understand that separation. I think we mentioned in the application too, I'll just to be completely transparent, you guys didn't ask. Currently our board, you know, has representatives from 2 Hour Learning. We've been trying to sort of thread the needle here in the founding phase between having the expertise and experience in the model that we're trying to bring here, as well as the independence. So we've been recruiting local Arkansas independent board members. We've had some discussions with them, and we mentioned in the application, but by the end of this year, we are fully committed that the majority of the board will have absolutely no affiliation whatsoever with 2 Hour Learning, will be local Arkansas residents. And like I said, that all the guides, teachers are going to be employees of the Arkansas entity, and they'll be partnering for the curriculum. So I've been a little sloppy in my language at some point, but it will not be a focus of this team. This team will be focused on the Arkansas product, and will be governed by a board, majority of which has no affiliation with anything except the Arkansas product.
And that board would hold who responsible for those various areas?
It'll be that. Well, there's the head of school that Mr. Baldwin mentioned, principal on one end, and in collaboration with the principal via the contract with 2 Hour Learning, they're going to be held responsible for that morning academic piece. So sort of dual accountability there.
Okay. Operations. Virtual environment depends upon staffing, obviously, but also the movement of equipment to students. Logistically, step us through how that will occur.
Yeah, Andy Price. We've 2 Hour Learning has experience in that. You would think that the operations team is located in Austin, Texas, given the schools, but it actually isn't. And we also just did the Miami. We just staffed up the Northeast Austin. We're doing a partnership with a school district actually in Northern California for students that have been in and out of prison. I forget what they call that cohort, but very, very troubled cohort. So the acquisition of the laptops and shipping of the laptops and return of the laptops and all that is something we've had experience with. Those folks are virtual to begin with. They don't sit in Austin, and we've launched the charter relationship in Austin, the Miami school, and now this. I just approved the purchase for this Northern California pilot. So that's the big logistics is getting that equipment to the students, and I think we've got experience with that.
So I guess that's the crux of my question. You have equipment, you get it to the students. How do you deliver it? How is it set up?
So we get the computers from Dell. They come to our ops team. They get it set up and loaded with the appropriate software and the appropriate security software. There's GoGuardian, all the appropriate safeguards that are necessary, and then it gets shipped out to the student.
So part of what we do is understand risk versus benefit, and there's tremendous benefit in your sharing your story. On the risk side, however, what happens, what's your plan of action should the equipment not work or not be installed properly, et cetera, that ultimately impacts student learning?
Yeah, so correct, and those are the severity ones. So we mentioned with the tech support department, not the guides. So there is a strict tech support department. Oftentimes they can resolve the issues, sometimes they can't. These Dell laptops are purchased specifically with kind of their platinum, I forget what they call it, support plan, because this happens a lot, and so we have extras to ship out. Those then get shipped to Dell to get repaired as necessary, and there's some kind of buffer in the budget on that. So I think they always have an extra, 10% of the machines. I mean, it's obviously possible the student could lose a day or two in that scenario, and that's not ideal, but we can keep it down to a day or two.
Okay, I don't want to belabor it, but I believe the process you shared. My concern was that ultimately it impacts your financials, especially if the item, unless it's warranted, still the impact on student learning. The assumption is there's an adult in the home that can assist in getting the equipment installed and follow the instructions. Are there any alternate plans in case that's not the case, or if there's really a dire need to have someone physically at the home to assist, whether or not it's in person or virtual, from a support standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, so a couple points. The financial impact to us, the machines are warranted. That was what I was trying to get at. So we have a small buffer. That's the financial impact, and we've accounted for that. I mean, there is a reliance on an ability to somebody, whether it's this. I mean, these students of this age are usually better at setting up their computers than the parents. in our experience. But somebody needs to be able to follow the support guidance or send the machine back. That is a requirement of kind of the virtual model.
So the next question involves, there may be a student that comes to you that qualifies for federal funding. And just share your understanding of, if that's the case, how you will plan appropriately to receive, for example, title funds.
Yeah, Andy Price, and I'll make sure I focus on the right part of your question. We didn't put any federal funding in our budget because we wanted to be conservative. If we are able to get some, we do intend to. So that will be extra monies that we have that we can spend serving those students. I think we're aware, from working with the charter school, there are extra compliance requirements involved in that. That we have a team prepared to handle. What specific area did you want me to touch on that?
Well, I just want to make sure that your budget was appropriate and it included those kinds of risk that may surface. That's all.
Yeah. So we took the approach of assuming we weren't going to get any, but our plan is to get some, and that will allow us to spend more monies on special needs consultants and whatnot to give those students an even better experience. So the current budget is sort of a worst case on the funding standpoint. Our hope is that we can get some. Obviously, it depends which students end up choosing the platform.
And that's certainly the case in open enrollment environment. I believe, are there any additional questions from panel members? One last question involving parents. You've spoken to that engagement for them being co-equal partners with your staff. If you could elaborate a little bit on your plan for both family and community engagement.
Yeah, Tim Ironman. So from a parent perspective, we want to ensure that there's constant open lines of communication. The academic side has a very visually and easily accessible platform from parents to kind of hit on a daily basis. That dash I mentioned for the students has a separate parent login that the parents will be able to establish upon enrollment, and they'll be able to see on a daily basis the progress through every single lesson the students did. They'll be able to access said lesson, and they'll be able to see it from a parent's perspective in terms of overall progress of their goals, and a few other views, kind of more of a panorama view of where the student is as opposed to kind of the day-to-day that the student can see more consistently. In terms of that outreach and that accessibility, that's going to fall on our school administrator to ensure that they're opening up those lines of communication. We can use, from a perfunctory standpoint, we can obviously use platforms such as Constant Contact, Parent Square, things of that nature to make sure the information's out there. Those platforms offer both email, text, or robocall facilities in terms of accessibility. We want to ensure that the students and the parents are in constant communication and have that opportunity to ask questions, make sure where they are. Our guides at a bare minimum are going to be sending home weekly reports to the families to ensure that they have the information, and that this model, there will be a very individualized kind of report on the student in terms of progress for the week and where they are and what happened throughout the day. For the families too, ensuring that there are opportunities to tune in and find out more about what exactly is going on. So we'll typically host a virtual curriculum night, going over the requisite goals and paths, and given the wide array of students that may be enrolled across different grade levels, we'll be able to tailor it to specific populations. We can record those, avail those for families after the fact if they needed. We also have a library of resources in terms of what the students will be doing, the motivational models that the families will be able to access at any moment. That is kind of the performance aspect of it. In terms of the involvement, our guides will be trained to make sure that they have good communication with the parents in terms of what is going on, how we can help support. The platforms such as Parent Square have options for DMs, quick back and forth for day-to-day communications almost instantaneous in terms of what they may need. And we want to make sure that those are open lines throughout this process. In my current role, I actually facilitate a lot of those communications as Dean of Parents for some of our private schools, where my whole job is to make sure that those lines of communications are open and established. So for this process, I will ensure that kind of those expertise are imparted and delivered out to our Arkansas constituents to ensure that those are at the utmost level. As a former school administrator, communication is key. The more information, the better. The more timely, the better, and the more proactive, the better. Obviously, reactive is all we can do sometimes, but to have those proactive lines of communication, regular cadence in terms of how it's sent out, when it's sent out, and what it looks like will be key. Beyond that, in terms of community involvement, we want to ensure that we're, as mentioned earlier by Ms. Newton, ensuring that we are approaching those opportunities for community engagement and awareness correctly. So if there are opportunities for our guides or some of our people to be at different community events, to be a presence, to talk about what this means, we're going to engage in those. That'll be built into the marketing budget. If we need to solicit people to come in to help with that process, we're going to. But we want to make sure that we are tapping into both the population as well as the families to bring forth the best product that meets their needs given our virtual model.
I'd be remiss if I did not ask you this, and as we talk about families, we also talk about student success plans and the role of the counselor.
Yep.
If you could expand upon that in regards to how that works, your understanding of our law.
So ensuring any matter or metric on the guide or that is being met throughout their day is being measured and reported from the counselor. They're having their regular check-ins, they're having the process and meeting all of the requirements to meet that plan. That's being reported back. And again, we are willing and able learners too in terms of what reporting and implementing that plan will look like with our counselor. We'll ensure that they're highly qualified, certified, and trained in that process, and they are adhering to all aspects of each individual plan.
Okay. No further questions for the panel? No? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we not approve the application of for the Unbound virtual learning, the Unbound virtual school.
Second.
It was moved by Ms. Newton and seconded by Mr. Davis not to approve the request to open a school Unbound. Any questions? All right, we have a vote. All those in favor of that, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstentions? Well, that motion not to approve carries. Are there options, Mr. Reynolds?
And just a reminder to panel members, if you are voting to approve the motion not to, you would vote for the motion.
Correct.
So you voted to not approve the application, so the charter would have to reapply at the next application cycle.
Thank you. Do we have voting sheets?
So just to confirm, on our voting sheets, the for is for the motion, not for the charter, and against is against the motion and not against the charter.
That's correct.
ready?
Okay.
Dr. Moore?
I support the motion to not approve the Unbound Academy request for an open enrollment virtual charter. The application and presentation did not demonstrate a viable plan, relevant experience, or readiness to provide a high-quality learning environment for Arkansas students at this time. Despite positive elements such as personalized competency-based learning, AI capabilities, and an opportunity for student acceleration, the application did not comprehensively address key elements adequately.
I voted not to grant the charter to the requesting entity as the company's bricks and mortar private model does not appear to meet the needs of the student population identified in their proposal. Transitioning this concept lacks addressing many barriers presently existing for these students.
I support the motion not to approve Unbound Academy's application request. The Academy is a highly successful private school model that uses strong technology to support education in its physical schools in Texas. More consideration should be given to the unique situations of a fully online school and the methodology of student support required by this model.
Mr. Davis?
I vote to approve the motion to decline the application due to the current limited inexperience in fully remote virtual model.
Doctor?
I voted for. I support the motion not to approve Unbound Academy application request. The applicant has demonstrated success within the brick and mortar private setting. Their ability to replicate similar outcomes through a virtual model needs more time to show similar outcomes and success.
I voted for the motion not to approve the request to open the virtual open enrollment charter launching school year 2025 to 2026 because of lack of confidence in Unbound's capacity to produce expected results in a virtual charter school environment. All right.
Take a break.
It is time to take a break now, and we will resume at 11 o'clock a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you. ready to move forward? Ms. Summons?
Dory Summons, Charter Office. The Newman Virtual Academy, Arkansas has applied to establish an open enrollment charter school beginning in the 25-26 school year. The charter will follow a virtual educational model, and we have representatives from Newman here with us this morning.
Thank you. Will those representatives please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony or statement you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Okay. You may present. Oh.
We were wondering about waivers. If
They'll
we should
come
do it
after this.
before or after? Okay.
Okay. To legal review.
Yep.
Okay.
What? Do you want me to begin?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Dr. Sheba George, President of Newman George International Education Organization, and also founder and superintendent of Newman International Academy. I thank this august body today for giving me and my team an opportunity to present to you our dream, our vision, our passion, our experience and plan that drives us to start and operate Newman Virtual Academy, Arkansas. If the charter is granted, then K through 12 the first year, 6 through 12 the first year, and K through 12 the following years. I will summarize this presentation and sometimes elaborate on the vision, and then call upon my fellow educators to delve upon in some of the other aspects of this presentation. I have about 35 years of experience as an educator, college professor, and now about 13 years as superintendent of Newman Academy's charter school. We started Newman Academy with 300 students, and today we are close to 3,000 in 7 locations in 5 cities. A few years ago, in one of our campuses on 9/11, Day of Remembrance and Patriotism, I was addressing 5th graders in a classroom. I was talking to them about being warriors. What? Yes, thank you. I was addressing 5th graders in a classroom. I was talking to them about being warriors of wisdom, stature, and favor, and that's our motto, and not warriors of destruction. One African American 5th grader suddenly shot up, and he said, "Dr. George, I think you should be the President of America." The young man took my breath away, but after I regained composure, I looked at him and I said, "Young man, I've come so you can be the President of America one day." I walked into the classroom thinking I was pointing out to my students what they can be and become one day, and who they are and what they can become. I never thought that a young man could remind me about who I am and what I'm called to do. My team and I, we are here to build our children, our youth, build our future. And a few years ago, if somebody had told me that we should start virtual schools, I would know, but they could not have convinced me. I would have said no, we could not raise leaders of America, presidents, scientists, teachers, generals in a virtual school. No, it is not possible. I must walk into the classroom, see the children, touch the children, play with them. But today, with more parents looking for alternative educational environment, homeschooling their students, their children, families moving from city to city looking for jobs, parents working from home online and would rather have their children do self-paced work at home. More families moving from city to city, moving away from cities, living in rural areas. I realize that I will fail as an educator if I do not provide opportunities for virtual education. There are children sitting in their homes today, in rural areas in so many places, who can become those presidents, who can become those scientists, if we provide a virtual education, high quality, with scope and sequence, aligned to Arkansas's educational standards. It is possible that we can tap into the future of America, give them a hope and a future. It is possible. If I don't do it, I feel I would fail as an educator. I believe it is time to consider, yes, our schools in Texas are brick and mortar schools, traditional schools, but how many children we have now sent away to work from in their home setting. Therefore we partnered with Red Comet, an organization that has been doing virtual schooling for over 10 years very successfully in the Washington region. We offer that curriculum in our traditional schools, and sometimes I wonder if it's a good idea, because I'm afraid it'll draw my students away from our traditional school to sit at home and then have and take a computer that offers a science and industrial arts program and more than 100 career and skills pathways, and integrating over 75 credit-bearing vocational skills-based courses. Sit on the computer, pull a heart out of that computer and dissect it. Do welding from their homes. It's not just artificial intelligence, it's also augmented reality. Wow, this is so amazing. So we do have Red Comet. We have partnered with the Red Comet. And here, to have a virtual school in Arkansas, Newman George Educational International Organization is partnering with the Red Comet that has already been very, very successful. I'll call upon my team to touch upon some of the highlights of this curriculum, the strategic priorities, growth plans, commitments, recruitment plans, etc. Before I pass on to them, I would like to say that this curriculum is self-paced. Students are helped to love learning, master concepts. Even if they have to sit down and work on a concept for 2 to 3 hours, as opposed to some of our traditional schools where they have to finish an assignment and turn it in for a grade. I'm beginning to think it's not a bad idea. If children have to do that, and parents know, families know, foster parents know, those coming from migrant families know, that is probably essential for those students. preparing them for college and career. Make their home, their coffee place, parks, no matter where they are, make those places the citadel of learning, rather than always think, you know, Dr. George has, and all of this Newman Academies, we have the citadel of learning. Bring them to us all the time. That's great. We love it. We still love it. We are passionate about doing that. But can we make citadels of learning right where students are, especially in rural areas? And I believe it is possible. And that is what we are embarking to do. Why Arkansas? Some of our team members live in Arkansas and have brought it to the attention of the board that this is a state that is committed to educational growth, the climate of support for charter success. Thank you so much, Dr. Dudley. Thank you. Teamwork is the best work. Climate of support for charter success. Desire to serve migrant, rural, foster, and homeless student populations with excellence. Need for courses that match statewide industry demands, health science, business and finance, technology, hospitality, human services, communication. Those are some of the reasons. Speaking of the support that you provide for charter success, we've seen it firsthand as we have worked with the Arkansas Education Board charter personnel. It was simply amazing to see the support that they provided. And they drew out the best in us as educators. Thank you so much. Another Arkansas organization that we are grateful to is the Arkansas Public School Resource Center. I believe you are here as well today. But thank you so much for letting us run all our plans through y'all and to see what the needs are here and work with y'all and to build our plans from there. Thank you so very much. I'm calling upon Dr. Natalie Blessingame. She's a 33-year educator who has served as a teacher, assistant principal, and principal. She has supervised principals and overseen the interventions office as an assistant superintendent, which included overseeing a virtual school. She currently serves as an elected school board trustee in the third largest district in Texas. She brings her wealth and experience and deep commitment to building student success and achievement to Newman Virtual Academy, Arkansas, if the charter is granted. And the other members of our team, very well credentialed, Dr. J. Srinivasan, Professor of Engineering, Managing Director of Red Comet, and instrumental in starting many and working with many leading companies. Dr. Sapna Ganesan, who's here with us online, CEO of Red Comet, and Sridhar Narayan, Director of Operations. I call upon Dr. Natalie Blessingame.
Natalie Blessingame, thank you, Dr. George. Such a pleasure to be in front of you. Really healthy process. We appreciate the time. And so we have discussed Arkansas. Actually, last week I was in a Target down there, just across, probably 10 minutes from here, and I heard the name Natalie called out. So I thought, oh, I turned around, it was a little girl named Natalie. I was surprised how many kids were in that Target during the school day. And so there probably are a few customers we could find out there. But anyway, just such a pleasure to be here. And so we'll talk a little bit about why Newman. We've talked about why Arkansas, and we just, it's such an exciting time here in the state and for education, so I commend you all. Newman has, we'll talk in a little bit about in the brick and mortar setting and in Texas, what Newman's been able to do and the spirit of Newman and how that will come here. But we do really feel like there is a gap in that We understand you have such a diverse between your urban and your rural settings in your state, even private settings, seeing the trends, the enrollment trends, looking at your data and the number of kids that are no longer showing up in the school, and maybe some even unexplained. So really be able to see if this could be something to fill a gap. And career courses, I know I spent a lot of time out in Hot Springs Village and drive through the little school to cut around, and you know, it's that's a small complex, right? There's no way a school system of that size can offer 100+ career courses with integrity to its students, and so we just be able to offer more diverse offerings to the students. And flexible options, parents need it now. I used to argue at the swim meets in my neighborhood about, I thought, why would you want to do homeschool? And then I started realizing they get up at 9 and they do what they want when they want, and they can go on trips, and I thought, wow. But then COVID came, right, and changed everything about how people view school and the school day. I tend to still love a traditional schedule, you know, for my child, but some people look for that, and so we want to match their needs and to make sure that we keep kids engaged in high level for the future of the state. And obviously, we have experience serving diverse student populations. We love it. In fact, I've never ever served anything that wasn't a Title I school, with every kind of challenge we could have, because that is the passion. And Newman, as you can see by demographics in a moment, we are not adverse. We are very experienced, and it's our calling, in fact, to call and serve students from diverse populations, and we are excited to try to do it in the virtual setting and partner with a partner super experienced, and that is Red Comet. They have been a virtual provider. They've been, you saw in the application, I hope, I mean, 1,300, 1,400 Arkansas kids have already taken courses through Red Comet successfully. So it's not an unproven venue, not even for your state, and definitely not across the nation, and providing virtual. So it's the perfect marriage, in my opinion, hopefully in your opinion, of how we can best serve and offer something new for the kiddos here and the families here in Arkansas. Red Comet, since 1999, again, accredited. They have such an incredible profound, we sought them first as Newman, right, to offer better for our students, and that's why we stand before you as such a fan of the work, because we've seen it work for our own students. It can be offered in so many ways. They will talk more about that. It can be virtual, it can be blended. There's just no end to the way these models can be successful and how we can serve students in a full virtual model, even offer our services to other schools and districts. Over 26,000 students across the nation, super engaging and interactive as they've brought in the technology. We heard a lot about AI this morning, but this is VR and augmented reality, and ways to have taken that new technology and make sure students have those interactive experiences they can. And over 45 career and skill pathways. That's hard for any system. I'm a trustee in a huge system in Texas, third largest, and to offer that many skill pathways successfully is a challenge, and so the virtual spread allows us to be able to do that. So just a little bit more about the history of Newman. I don't know why it just went away. There you go. Just a little bit of the vision, the background, so you can get a feel for who the educators are standing before you. We won't let her talk now. She's darling in all our kids' faces, but the vision is always to build a lot of focus on building the character of the student and making sure that they are completely ready to take on the world. It's a personalized experience, and something I've come to believe as well, that virtual schooling can actually personalize maybe even more than our classroom models of 22-to-1 and 30-to-1 in high schools. And the mission is to make sure it's a lot of built around character, students realizing their full potential, providing a well-rounded education, being proud of our American heritage. And the idea here is a safe option for families who are looking for that. They start to question our schools these days, right, about what the values are and what we're being able to promote. And we can offer them a safe environment in which to build that warrior of wisdom, stature, and favor. Proud history, as Dr. George said, started with a couple hundred students and grew over time to be 3,000 students now across the Dallas Metroplex and the environs. Its data is growing every day, just like when you see our demographics, we outperform the state's goals. We have great attendance, kids enjoy coming to school. You can see that we are majority minority school district. We absolutely serve African American kiddos, our biggest number, with great success, and Latino. We mirror our demographics, but actually are higher than the demographics of our state. We are not, you can see almost 60% of us are economically disadvantaged, so poverty is no barrier for us that we haven't faced and fought and overcome through. We have special education population, 504. We have 13% of our kiddos come with second language needs. So I know we have some of that here in the state, with some, especially in some of your centers with, farming of chicken farms and all these kind of stuff. When you have populations that are coming in as English language learners, that's an expertise we have. In fact, it's a personal expertise. I served as a bilingual educator, understanding how to do that very well as a principal and as a leader in a large system and a smaller system in that way. So we love to serve every kid, every kind of challenge you can hand to us. It's like we've got this amazing curriculum partner, and we've got the heart of how to serve every kind of kiddo and make them successful, and that is our heart's call. So for me, it's the most fun project I could ask for, because I get to think every day about what kids not succeeding and what more can we do for them, knowing that we have this incredibly advanced curriculum that can meet their interests and needs and grow their vision and goals for their life. Our strengths are actually in our integrity, a commitment to excellence, the commitment to the people and the families and the state and everyone that we're serving, a true servant leadership. And at Newman, we have as a value, and have as a value, that an individual's value is not in the color of their skin, but the content of their character. And we work every day to build the content of the character and the skill set necessary to succeed. And our strategic priorities are to make sure that, I've heard it said the other day, I read something, I thought, that's brilliant, right? Are they enrolled somewhere next? Are they employed, right? Are they enlisted? Maybe that's the best way to sum up. We want to make sure that, and this is a statewide issue, the state of, I'm so proud, I intend to live here. I say retire, but I don't think retirement's anytime too soon, but it's such an amazing state. I just see making such tracks, and I love the water here. I love diving in the water here more because I think she's so healthy, but I just see the state making I'm in Texas, and we're kind of proud, where I currently live, but it's like Arkansas is a new thing to watch and see and follow, and I feel like it's going to be, I think there's a lot of workforce development. I have some friends that were actually meeting at the governor's office last week, and that's all about, the workforce development pieces and just bringing jobs to Arkansas. But I see that this is something that we're going to have to get this right. We're going to have to provide this college and career military preparedness for your students to keep up with the growth. Even you're building on the highways. I drive a lot back and forth now, and there's a lot of construction and infrastructure coming in to prepare for it. And so we want to make sure you have all the workers ready to do all the jobs from the highest level to even those middle skills jobs, and we provide pathways for that. And supporting training, a virtual model. All of us had to make the shift, right? Can you do this well? But you can with the right educators, and you train them well to be prepared. You work with families in the way we know how to do it. So there's a lot of support and training for principals, the learning coaches, and the learning coaches are parents, right? Or whoever's at home, the grandparent who's raising the other generation, or the aunt. So we really make sure that we're continuously training and supporting everyone who's there to deliver this effective virtual schooling for our kiddos, and watch to check that they're on level. And then that's the third tenet here, strategic priority, is those supports and interventions. Data, relationship, and should a student not make the track, the progress they're supposed to make, what do we do to brainstorm it? And that is a network of many things that we needed. Of course, as a teacher, you can see in our application, we have a position that's particularly to special needs students, to make sure that any of the special education services, dyslexia, 504, even just the RTI and the MTSS process, making sure that there's so much built in with the virtual model, as Dr. George alluded to, where a kid can repeat it again, they can see it again, they can do it at their timeline, they can have support and come back in. So there's a lot built in just with the virtual schooling model, which our colleagues can talk about. But we just notice each kid, and I think that's very well, even our counseling model. A teacher can refer, a parent, a learning coach can refer, the student can self-refer. You get your one-on-one session with your counselor if you're having some mental health challenges or whatever. I don't think we offer that in our brick and mortar schools, unfortunately, because our ratios are so high. So there's a lot of personalized support for each student, and the data doesn't lie. Is the kid making progress or not? And if they're not, it's our job, and we don't rest until they do. And so that's our commitments and our strategic priorities. And so just in general at Newman, we are a state school with state standing, so we have every kind of accountability measure you could have, but we also submit to the Cognia process to do an external validation. And some of the strengths that were noted in is that we have the intentional focus on our learners, that those opportunities are equitable, and that we're realizing success and diverse needs are met. Our leaders are really engaged. It's a true effort. When Dr. George mentions going into a classroom to talk, there's a true and noted, evaluated strength in maintaining the structures that support learners, the focus being on learners. And our governing authority was also commended for the board structure, right, for the commitment to the learners as a focus, and then their ability to really drive for continuous improvement. And just a little, so much data, right, when you're a K-12 system, but this is just an example. It's not perfect yet, but we work to be there. But you can see the state, we're way above the state averages in our end of course exams. So that means our course is taken in freshman and sophomore year in Texas. So our students are coming out above the state, but we don't rest, right, until everything's every kid. And then even just another example, in the AP scores, we steadily increased the number of threes, and we're outpacing the number of threes given in our traditional schools in the area. We had a lot of data. We do a lot of stakeholder feedback, and you can see that our students are telling us, guess what? We like how our teachers talk with us. We like the interaction. We like that they're building our confidence in our work. We also got feedback from teachers. What do we need to know? And they're saying that we really are focused on the student success as our mission. And finally, families, right? Here's one little family. And we have things built in even in our virtual model, like powwows, where you really recognize and take time to validate and recognize the achievements for the students, both in their character and in their academics. And so you'll have virtual powwows with teams, and the students and the families like that. We're not only pushing their standards, meeting the needs of their kids, but also the fact that it feels whole as far as their children's being provided that feedback on their development. And Cognia gave us a really high score too. You can see that above 300, and that's a terrible slide, forgive me, but I wanted you to see visually, just 300 is good. All the schools that they're assessing get to about a 253 national average, and we're at 330. And that's a deep dive into all the aspects, your finances, your board, your academics, your leadership. And so that's just another measure to say, hey, we come from a strength in knowing how to run schooling and do it well for students. And they had noteworthy practices. And again, I won't really read them out, but the point was that the strengths are our commitment to our kids and structures that support their growth, our leadership, and the fact that there is, that we love everyone in our system and believe in everyone and value every child individually and work for them. So at this point, we'll bring up Dr. And he will introduce himself right now, and he will, Dr. J will let you know about our commitments and a little bit more about the model itself instructionally. Thank you, Dr. J.
Yeah, I realize you're almost up on time. I'll just take maybe 30 seconds or so.
Okay.
J. Srinivasan, Managing Director for Red Comet. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you, Natalie and Dr. George. So I just want, they already touched on a lot of these topics, so I won't spend too much time. So I'm from Red Comet. I'm an engineer. It's a bad idea to get an engineer to speak after two big educators, engineer that cannot change a light bulb. But I'll try to do what I can, but I'll be here to answer a lot of your questions. We're up on time, but thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to make sure that as Mr. Reynolds is coming for the legal review, that there's no opposition, public comment. Okay. Thank you.
Stephen Reynolds, staff attorney for the department. No, as far as I know, there's been no opposition to this charter. So similarly to the previous applicant, there are a couple of waivers that I noticed that are not waivable under Arkansas law, and I wanted to get the charter to confirm on the record that they wanted to rescind those waivers. That would be waivers number number 6 and number 20. So that's number 6 was the sections 5.2.5 and section 12 of the nutrition and physical activity rules, and then the Arkansas Code 618-1501, that's the eye and vision screening procedures. So I wanted to get the charter to confirm on the record that they would rescind those waivers.
Newman Virtual Charter Arkansas affirms on the record that we will rescind those waivers.
All right, so then we'll go down to the rest of the list. I'll stop at each one that I have a few others that I have concerns with, and I'll stop at each one of those as I go down. So for waiver topic number 1, that's the school day, clock hours, and competency. I don't have any legal concerns with that waiver. Waiver number 2, this mandatory attendance. I don't have a concern with this waiver, but I wanted to note that the law only requires the charter to have a policy for taking attendance if it's a virtual school, and from the rationale it appeared that the charter has a policy, so I don't think that this waiver is necessary. So I was going to ask the charter to rescind that waiver or provide a rationale for why they think it's necessary.
Natalie Blassingame. We will definitely take advisement from this very amazing office that has been very supportive of us. One of the tenets of virtual education, it's really mastery. That's the most important aspect. And so we do see that students log in, that they do their work. We see what kind of seat time they spend there in their asynchronous environment, but it's not attendance in the traditional sense. It's really most about completion and mastery and progress. And so we felt like we do not necessarily take attendance, and that's why we might want to have the discussion about maintaining a mandatory attendance provision.
So again, the law only requires that you have a policy for having, like, just how you're going to take attendance. So if your policy is the students log in and the program keeps track of their attendance when they log in, then that satisfies the requirements of the law for a virtual school. So you don't need a waiver.
The time on task is an aspect. So yes, Newman Virtual Academy Arkansas rescinds that waiver request. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so that was waiver topic number 2. Waiver topic number 3, this is the flag, the period of silence and pledge of allegiance. I don't have any legal concerns with that waiver. Waiver topic number 4 is the teacher licensure. I don't have any concerns with that waiver. Waiver topic number 5 is the class size and teaching load. So the law requires that if a teacher is going to go over their teaching load limit, then the charter must compensate them additionally. And I wanted to ask the charter if they plan to do that. If they do, then that waiver is not necessary.
Yes, the Newman Virtual Academy Arkansas will rescind that waiver because we do compensate our teachers for any overtime work. Thank you.
So just to be clear for the record, we're going to strike Arkansas Code annotated 617.812 from waiver topic number 5. I don't have any remaining legal concerns with that waiver. So waiver topic number 6 we've already addressed. The charter is going to strike sections 5.2.5 and sections 12 of the rules, the nutrition and physical activity rules from that waiver. I don't have any remaining concerns with that waiver. Waiver topic number 7, it's the library media services. I don't have any concerns with that waiver. Waiver topic number 8, it's the teacher and classified employee minimum salary. I don't have any concerns for the waiver, but I wanted to note to the charter to take note that if they request a waiver of the minimum teacher salary requirements under the law, they're not eligible for additional funding to implement the minimum base salary. So they're not eligible for the state match funding for the minimum salary of $50,000.
The waiver was requested mainly just to keep the flexibility in order to be able to have teachers working in various flexible arrangements that would attract the best educators, Arkansas certified educators, to our program. However, we do intend to pay the base of $50,000. We really support the LEARNS Act and everything that it's done to focus on education. So I guess on advisement to be able to maintain the waiver. If we maintain this waiver request, would we automatically be ineligible? Only if we did not pay the teachers the $50,000 would we be ineligible for the startup funds.
So the eligibility is not for the startup funds. The eligibility is for the match funds for the $50,000. So no, if you ask for a waiver of the minimum salary requirement, you're not eligible for the match funds.
Well, that one's easy. Newman Virtual Academy Arkansas rescinds that request for waiver. Thank you, sir.
So we're striking, for the record, we're striking waiver topic number 8 from the waiver request. Waiver topic number 9 is the principals. I don't have any legal concerns with that waiver. Waiver topic number 10 is the textbooks. Also don't have concerns with that waiver. Waiver topic number 11 is the gifted and talented. I also don't have concerns with that waiver. Waiver topic number 12 is the board of directors. I don't have concerns with that waiver. Waiver topic number 13 is a different part of the board of directors code. So I had two concerns with this waiver, and put succinctly, I wanted to make sure that the charter can ensure that, one, they understand that because they're a public school, that any meetings of their board are subject to the Freedom of Information Act, which means that the board members have to be able to hear and see the public, and the public has to be able to hear and see the board members. So that was one of the requirements that they were seeking to waive. And number two, if the board member is attending remotely and they go into executive session, I want the charter to confirm that there are procedures in place to make sure that the board member that is attending an executive session remotely is the only person on the Zoom.
Yes, Natalie Blassingame. We affirm publicly that we will follow all laws according to the remote meetings. First, we have a lot of experience operating this way, so all rules around public meetings are followed. Everything is accessible. People have a chance to interact with the board according to the rules and regulations. And also, we have experience going into closed session and having private sessions. Our members affirm the privacy of the conversation, and so yes, we can comply with both of those stipulations according to the policy. Thank you.
And with that stipulation on the record, I don't have any remaining concerns with that waiver. Waiver topic number 14 is the acquisition of commodities. I don't have any concerns with that waiver. Waiver topic number 15, the ALE. My only concern was what the charter's plan to provide alternative learning environments for students if the needs arise. And I would like to just get some clarification from the charter.
Since it's virtual, a lot of learning can be in homes or in community centers, but we also provide drop-in centers, and Red Comet you can ask questions around that provision. That's already been an existing model even here in Arkansas, where students have a place they can go for additional help. And then also, we mentioned before, a lot of what's built into the virtual programming is self-paced. There's one-on-one help available. There's learning coaches support. And so the environment lends itself perfectly to meeting the needs of students that need those alternative supports.
Just a little bit of further clarification on that point. So these drop-in centers are these physical buildings that are going to be, I guess, leased or owned, and there will be an educator present to provide services to students.
This is Jay Srinivasan. Yes, it could be leased, or we could be using a community center where they drop in, or in Washington State, we call them as homeschool co-ops, where a parent is bringing in about 10 or 15 kids. It could be one of those locations. So.
Okay, I don't have any remaining concerns with that waiver. Waiver topic number 16 is a business manager. Don't have any concerns with that waiver. Getting ahead of myself. Waiver topic number 17 is the AED requirement. I just wanted the charter to note that I don't think that this waiver is necessary, because while you're not going to have a physical school, the law requiring an AED is only going to be limited to whatever physical buildings you do have. And so you're not going to have to, put an AED in a building that doesn't exist.
Yes, we're very open to removing that. And these drop-in centers, most of those are facilities that are under the same rules according to public domain. But that would be the only reason why we would discuss it. But we can make sure defibrillator is present where our students are. And so we agree to rescind waiver number 17.
All right, moving on. Waiver topic number 18 is the documents posted to school district websites. When I went through the specific section of the rules they're requesting to waive, the specific sections of the rules refer to personnel policies and salary schedules, and it was unclear to me what the rationale for the waiver request was. So I would like to get either clarification or an agreement to rescind that waiver.
Really good question. We questioned ourselves. Actually, this is, being that we're a non-traditional model, really trying to recruit the best educators into something non-traditional. The whole salary schedule question became why. However, the LEARNS Act itself has given back to local jurisdictions the ability to discuss that very issue, right? Salary schedule is no longer the model. Looking at teachers versus experience or education versus performance and outcomes. And so I think that's why we offered it, that we definitely will be willing to rescind it because our policies as a district will be available to everyone to see online. Thank you.
All right, moving on to waiver topic number 19. I don't have any concerns with this waiver. I just had a couple questions for the charter. What is the long-term plan for your superintendent, and do you eventually intend to hire a licensed superintendent?
Thank you. Yes, Dr. George is unselfishly willing to serve as superintendent uncompensated in order to really bring her expertise and for us to be able to hire in the other roles that we put in our organizational chart that are directly supporting students. If this was a concern, I am a certified superintendent and can do such a role in conjunction with being a principal of the school. And so we do, and we can. We're just trying to save the funds to really focus it on the students. Thank you.
Again, I didn't have any concerns with that waiver. I just kind of wanted to see what the plan was. So we've already dealt with waiver topic number 20. The charter's agreed to rescind that waiver. That's the eye and vision screening procedures. Waiver topic number 21, the teacher salaries. I don't have any legal concerns with that waiver. I don't have any remaining legal concerns with waivers 22, 23, and 24. That's personnel policies, personnel policy committee requirements, and then the site-based decision making. Had no legal concerns with waivers. Waiver topic number 25, the school counselor ratio. Waiver topic number 26, student discipline and school safety. This provision of the rule also dealt with ALE. I think the charter sufficiently addressed what their plan was for ALE earlier on, so I don't have any legal concerns with that waiver. And then waiver topic number 27 is utility and maintenance expenditure requirements. I don't have any legal concerns with this waiver, but I had a couple questions. How does the charter intend to pay for utilities and maintenance costs for the drop-in centers? If the maintenance of your facilities don't meet the 9% requirement, where is that difference going to be spent?
In this model, it's all about people making direct contact with the students and their families, being able to meet all the needs that will show up in rural settings and non-traditional settings and all the way. So the money is spent directly on serving the needs of the students in the RTI model. Also with special education related services, should there be, that's very expensive. Should we need to provide, speech therapy, it's just the beginning, but maybe occupational therapy or, palliative care, whatever might be those services we intend to do very well. And so we'll have the extra costs might be accounted for in that place, as depending on how our student body builds out, but we want to serve all students, and so we do anticipate that need.
I don't have any remaining concerns with that waiver, and that is all. That's all I've got.
Thank you. We have a few questions here from our panel.
I had a question in regards to the waivers.
Yes,
So, and I don't know if Mr. Reynolds is.
Mr. Reynolds.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So just a clarification
Mhm.
more so. If they have they have the drop-in centers,
Mhm.
and then there's a waiver for the defibrillators.
Mhm.
So will they have to make sure that the drop-in centers have that available?
Yes. So the law is only going to apply to any physical buildings that the charter owns or is in legal control of. So if they're, they have a lease for a building, then they would have to ensure that there's an AED in that building. And so for the drop-in centers, if there's already one present, so if it's in a community center or some other, if they're leasing it from some other educational facility or whatever, as long as there's an AED present, they're in compliance with the law. So they don't need the waiver unless they're intending to have physical buildings that don't have those in there.
And it is the intent of the charter to partner with other established organizations, so they would never be in a situation where they would be leasing a building?
That's
is
my
what they're saying.
understanding, yeah.
Okay. And is that what the charter is saying?
Yes. Yeah, you're right. Unless it's legally owned or leased facility, then we'll be using other community centers. We will make sure that we comply with those laws.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do y'all have any other questions for me?
No, at the end of the day, whether it's legally owned or not, the safety and any compliance area pertaining to the facility is going to be taken care of. Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds.
Including training of the faculty and the staff and the folks that will be on the ground in how to use the defibrillators and how to, all the same training that will be for every faculty member and staff member that's in a physical building regarding to safety. Those will be in the presence of kids in our drop-in centers will have the same training and preparation.
Okay, we'll proceed with the panel questions. Dr. Moore?
Thank you for your presentation and for the information. And I know that you were here earlier as we talked to another school that had some similarities in that they had brick and mortar in another state, but did not have a virtual platform, a virtual school anywhere. I know yours is obviously a little different because you're partnering with Red Comet, but could you explain more about why you're not pursuing this, and maybe you are, in the state where your brick and mortar currently is? Could you speak to that? And if you did and I missed it, I apologize. And I understand that Arkansas is favorable to charters. I understand all that. So aside from the fact that Arkansas is favorable to charters, why Arkansas and not where you're already at?
We are pursuing the work. It's underway. Both the virtual and many other brick and mortar charter schools to go to meet the needs of our students, to see what the needs of the community are. And if they need brick and mortar charter schools, and that's what we offer. If it is, we feel the need there is more for virtual academies, that's what we go for. And it is underway in Texas, and also in other states like Florida and Pennsylvania and Montana and California and Georgia and Alabama. Work is underway. Yes.
Can I ask just one
Sure,
follow-up to that question?
Yes, sir.
Because you mentioned in the comment you just said, you said something to the effect of if that's what the community is seeking
Yes.
or asking for.
Yes.
How do you determine if the community is seeking or asking for that?
Very good question. Over the last 15 years, one thing that we've seen, it's sometimes churches approaching us. 13, 14 churches would just come together and they would say, we want this value-based education. Newman Academy, can you come here to our communities? Sometimes the personnel from governments have come to us and said, could you start these schools?
Yeah. Are they asking for virtual or are they asking for Newman?
Both. Now, in recent times, we are seeing an interest in virtual academies as well. Yes, both. Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Okay. So to follow up on that, so as relates to Arkansas,
Yes.
what type of reach out or feedback have you received that says we need the virtual setting in Arkansas?
Yeah, that's because some of our teammates, our fellow educators are from Arkansas, and they have already done some virtual work, virtual training here, and I'm going to ask Dr. J to address that question as to what kind of needs they saw and why we are here. Yeah, demand.
Jay Srinivasan from Red Comet. We've been doing virtual schools in the state of Washington for 10 plus years. We started this in 2014, and 10 years we've been very successful. what we're seeing is there are certain communities that are coming to us and they say the public school model is not working for them. They want an alternative education. We see a lot of new immigrants coming into this country, and because of religious reasons, all kinds of reasons, they come to us and they say, we would like a virtual school. So we are providing that service, and that model is growing quite rapidly. In general, in the state of Washington, we see that the virtual model is growing at the rate of 17% every year, 17%. And public schools are losing 1% of their population after the pandemic. So I sit on a committee in the state of Washington for alternative learning. So we come up with plans. We're saying if public schools are losing 1%, that's a big number. That's about 100,000 students when Washington State has 1 million students in K-12, but the virtual program has pretty much doubled post-pandemic. But it's not all of those 1% of the people who are dropping out of public schools. They're not either going to private schools or going to virtual schools. Some of the kids are missing. We don't know where they are. So we're reaching out to communities, and many communities that we talk to, they say public schools are not working for them. And they cannot afford to send their kids to private schools. These are new immigrants and some religious groups and all that. So we've been very successful tapping into those communities and going and telling them, look, there is an option for you through the virtual school model, which is completely free. You don't have to pay for it. Then that's been working extremely well, and that's the same thing we see in Arkansas. Although we don't have a virtual school in Arkansas, we've been in business in Arkansas for more than 5 years. As Dr. Blassinger mentioned, we've served more than 2,000 kids in the state of Arkansas, not through the virtual school model, but these are students who are going to private schools. And as Dr. George mentioned, our curriculum is pretty extensive, expansive curriculum. Many little community private schools that have like 50 kids, 100 kids, they don't have the resources to teach all the subjects they want or career and technology classes. They come to us, they partner with us, and we deliver those classes virtually to private schools. Even in that situation, we've been asked to come in and help the community. There's a big need because in a rural community where public schools or even private schools cannot cater to the needs. For example, in a little community, a couple of kids want to become doctors. They don't know where to go, and we provide all those things in a virtual setting. So we get asked by communities to come and help them. So we have quite a bit of experience in this area. And our virtual school grew 100% in 2023. This year, we're growing 50% in our virtual school model in the state of Washington. We currently have 4 virtual schools. We are approved by the state of Washington, which has one of the best standards for virtual education because of Microsoft and how virtual education started off in this country. So we have 4 charters. We're approved by the state of Washington to start as many virtual charters as possible. In the state of Washington, it works differently because a private company will have to partner with a public school district as an affiliate to run a virtual school. Public schools cannot do that. It has to be an arm's length transaction. We're considered as an affiliate. So when a public school wants to start a fully virtual school, they can approach an approved affiliate, Red Comet, and the approval is given to them within a week by the State Department of Education, OSPI, and the public school can start an open enrollment charter where they can pull students from anywhere in the state, not just their school boundaries. So we have a lot of experience doing that. Thank you.
Dr. Moore.
Natalie Blassinger, just a final point, even in your statistics in your state, and I have a close friend who's in this statistic, and in 2019, it was 2.8% of your population was in homeschool, and then by 2023, the data ranges from 6.8% to 7.6%, or about 27,500 students in homeschool situations. And based upon a close friend's offering of homeschooling to his children. I would say to your question about the curriculum, the expanse, the scope and sequence, the fact that we have a good, strong set of knowledge that we're providing to students in our state, I think this is a really good alternative to be able to, because you can guarantee that the kids are getting courses taught to the rigor that your state's asking for, the level of expectation of learns, and the focus on education of the state. I would like to see a homeschool student participate in something like this, where we have checks and balances about the thorough nature of their education, their preparation for the workforce and the colleges of Arkansas, than a untapped or a kind of monitored or unsupported homeschool environment. So that's right there, some data, 27,500 kids, that we can hopefully pull part of and do a good job for. Thank you.
I'm Sheba George, and I just wanted to add a couple of points to what my colleagues just said. And my exposure to Red Comet curriculum began when the Newman Academy Board allowed Red Comet to bolster our traditional school setting. And I personally saw what that curriculum could do and how robust that curriculum was. And it could, and that's when I was introduced to Red Comet, and I saw it is robust enough to offer a complete virtual curriculum, and students can be absolutely successful.
Thank you.
Okay.
Questions, Doctor?
Yes. So you're mentioning the Red Comet curriculum quite a bit, and I know that in your application you speak to it because some of the initial questions were posed to you about high quality instructional materials. Because I'm struggling to understand and need you to speak more to this, because you note that it is not a high quality instructional material, but we will incorporate existing high quality instructional materials into it, but yet you have a course catalog of already developed courses. So I'm not understanding how that's going to work. So if you already have a course that's developed on Red Comet, because I've looked at your catalog of basically every course in Arkansas that you're offering, which more questions about that, like who developed them and what their expertise was in developing curriculum and aligning it to our standards. But if you have all those courses already developed, hundreds of courses, how are you integrating HQIM into those? Because HQIM is normally like, I don't want to just totally repeat everything I said last time, but it's already a standalone curriculum that you don't need to pull in a bunch of other things for. So how are you taking existing courses and pulling in pieces of HQIM? How does that justify a coherent curriculum? So if you could just speak more to that, I'd appreciate it.
Good morning, Sridhar Narayan. So, great question, Dr. Moore.
I'm sorry.
So for what we,
I'm sorry. Just your name and title.
Sridhar Narayan,
Your title.
Director of Operations. Sorry,
Thank you.
my apologies. So we approached Dr. Huff, who used to be at ADE, related to high quality instructional material, and following that, we also spoke with Ms. Amanda. I forget the last name. But what we understood is when we sought to apply for that, they specifically requested us to also have textbooks and printed material and other stuff that goes along with the need to be certified as HQIM. And when we specifically asked them the question that we are a virtual school, and then we are on the approved virtual list already as a digital provider in the state, they said unless, so the examples they gave were like McGraw-Hill or Pearson's, who have printed materials. They indicated that you need to have those kind of resources to be considered to be a high quality instructional provider. Only then we will consider you. But if you're already on the list for being a digital provider, they said as long as your courses are reviewed and meet the needs for education in the state, you're good to go. So that was the distinction that was drawn to say, if you are going to be an HQIM on the list of that high quality instructional provider or not. And since we are a digital provider, we did not meet that criteria of having those printed resources. Did I get that wrong? or was I told wrong? I'm not sure.
I understand what you're saying, but the review for being an online vendor is
Yeah.
completely different than the review for the criteria for high-quality instructional materials. It's much more different process and rubric and review, so there's just a difference there. Just having pieces of HQIM is a little bit different, but I won't belabor that point. My next question is, the current courses you do have, who created those courses?
So it is a mixture of both. I'll let Dr. J get to
Thank
it.
you.
Yep.
Thank you. Jay Srinivasan, Managing Director. So we have a curriculum team, and also we outsource curriculum development to experts in the area. For example, we use 19 PhDs in different areas. So what we do is we give them the curriculum standard. For example, if we need to develop a science course for Arkansas, they get the curriculum standards and they put together the curriculum. They write the basic curriculum. Then we pass it through services like EdGate to make sure that the curriculum, the content that's developed is aligned to Arkansas standard or Washington standard or TEAC standard in Texas. They come out and say, well, this curriculum is 60% aligned to state of Arkansas standards, and these are the gaps. Then we go back to those developers and complete those things and rematch, and we run these things on a constant basis because curriculum is not a constant thing. It's evolving and changing every time. So we make sure we run these things through EdGate. EdGate is used quite a bit, and they have state standards from all 50 states. We make sure we meet those standards on a constant basis. Curriculum itself is developed by curriculum experts in different areas. It's not just one person doing it. As I said, we had 19 PhDs engaged to develop different curriculums. Then once the curriculum is done, then the digitization process and all that goes on. But the basic content itself is developed from experts in the area.
And Natalie Blassingame. Of course, principals and superintendents understand accountability to a state test and state outcomes and making sure our students perform. So we trust no one when it comes down to this. So our teacher, part of our teacher professional development, our training, our planning sessions, all that happens just like it does in traditional school. We take this curriculum, we map it ourselves, we look against the standards of the state and how it's going to show up. We do, assessments to see the kids are tracking and provide the intervention. So there's every bit of the traditional school layer of working along the curriculum as well to make sure that we're tracking in that way with accountability and making sure we're meeting students' needs. So there's layer upon layer. Nothing can be left. That's why if you look at the org chart in there, maybe page 30, 35, you see there's like two wings of this thing. There's like the principal, the school wing. The superintendent sits over all of it, right? But you've got your principal and you've got your folks that are looking at special populations and learning, and we make sure we provide that lens to curriculum from that perspective.
Right, thank you.
And if I may add, this is Jay Srinivasan. Once that's done, then the curriculum during the review process goes through teachers. We have more than 100 certified teachers. When I say certified teachers, these are not K-12 certified teachers. These are teachers that are endorsed in the subject area. For example, if it comes to high school science, we probably have about 6 or 7 certified teachers, and they're also endorsed to teach science, and they review that to make sure whatever curriculum was developed is teachable in a class setting. So we take that feedback. That's a final review before it's being given out to students. So that's how rigorous the curriculum process is. It's not just one team, just one person. It's a whole bunch of teams, and we have a complete process together to develop curriculum before it goes out to a student.
Okay,
Thank
thank you. And if I may, I'll just ask, go ahead, because you're the one that's probably going to want to answer this, because I've met them prior about their Red Comment platform a couple of years ago. So it mentions in here that a student just needs to have a computer or laptop, but it also mentions the VR, and then I'm also aware of your fancy smancy laptop that has I can't even begin to explain it properly,
Yes,
that you may
yeah.
have with you. So help me understand how a regular student in rural Arkansas who may be a lower income student, how can they have access to VR materials and/or your special laptop, or are they just using their own laptop? Could you speak to that matter?
Thank you. That's a good question, Dr. Moore. J. Srinivasan again. So there are multiple aspects to that. So in the AR laptop that you saw, you need to have that white laptop where literally everything comes out of the computer. You have the whole human body. When you're doing anatomy, you have a human body. We have a stylus. I can show it to you. Kids dissect the body and pull things out and all that. But in order to do that, you need to have one of those computers. You're right, every kid doesn't have that. But the applications, we use about 50 different applications developed by third parties for anatomy and astronomy and different things. These applications work on any 2D computer, even on a Chromebook. But the only difference is what you saw things come out, that will not happen. But the application itself, for example, you're looking at a human body, dissecting it, it's in 2D. You're looking at a 2D screen. To give you an example, I've showed this technology to multiple physicians and doctors. They say, I told them that you can bring a patient's MRI image into this computer and start dissecting it, pulling things out, and looking at the back of the image and all that. They were so excited. But when you go to doctor's office, they just have a 2D computer. They still show it to you. So it's still possible, but this gives that third dimension. So rural students, we have been experimenting this quite a bit on a Chromebook. They can use it. Or even a smartphone. They could use some of our applications like visible body. They could use that and move back and forth and kind of get that same effect. So a lot of it is not lost. They can still do pretty much everything. But in order to meet that need, in order to give that third dimension where they could literally do these things in a real life situation, we're setting up these remote centers where we're putting these computers so parents can bring their kids. For example, we do a STEM night or we do an afternoon session. They can come in, they can use these computers. They can bring what they built at home on their Chromebook. They can pull that, upload that, and pull it up and start playing with that in 3D, dissecting it and all of that stuff. So we're also working with U.S. Department of Agriculture. They give out a lot of money to rural schools, especially based on rurality. We're very successful partnering with a company in the state of Washington. We set up 3 hubs where these are very rural population. We're talking about Mount Adams, which is in the middle of nowhere. It's an Indian reservation. We set up a hub with 10 computers with internet facility, broadband, because even getting broadband there is not possible, right? So parents can bring in their kids and they could use the facility. All of this is funded through U.S. Department of Agriculture. So this is the Digital Connect Act, and every year they spend, last year they gave out about $55 million, the year before it was $100 million. We're trying to work with local communities to set up these hubs. That's one way, but it's not an absolute necessity for a student to go through the courses.
Okay, so where VR is mentioned, that's an option, but not something that all students would have access to when it says VR.
That's correct, yeah. They will still do everything, but they don't have the augmented reality aspect to it. Certain things, as I said, is workable on a smartphone if they do have internet connectivity. But we also have, I don't think you saw that, Dr. Moore, we also have headsets that we partner with a company called Unity that's extremely effective for special needs students, especially students with ADHD and other kinds of problems where they cannot focus and concentrate. So this one has the best. We partner with a company called Unity. It has the most content available for learning in the K-12 settings. And with this one, they can download the information so they can work offline. We're trying to use this in prison population where they cannot access internet, completely blocked off, no internet, no Wi-Fi, nothing. So what they're doing is they're loading the content, taking these things. Kids can still work on their assessments and everything. When they bring it back to a place where there's broadband connection, it'll sync so that the teachers get to know what's going on, what the students did. Then they can load up the assessment, send it back. It could be gone for a month. Kids have 1 month worth of material to work completely offline so that they can bring back. The other thing we do in a rural setting, although we're a virtual school, all our K through 8 curriculum, whatever is on the computer is also available in a workbook. Same content, exact content. So when they're in a virtual school, if they do not have internet access, you mentioned that what happens if the laptop breaks. So kids still have access to the same content, they go through it, but they're doing it in paper and pencil format. And once they get the computers back, they can go in and answer those questions so that the teacher who's sitting virtually knows what they did. They didn't lose any time at all. So we've kind of like looked at all different aspects to cater to different communities. And as I said, Red Comet is one of the oldest virtual learning companies. It was originally started in 1999 in the state of Washington, same time when Paul Allen started Apex Learning. So at the same time, because they had a committee called Digital Commons, that's where all of United States virtual learning really originated. They put the standards for virtual learning, so we kind of like follow the same standards. I've been involved since only 2010, but the company was started in 1999.
Right. And I did see the Ocular Virtual Reality tool to confirm students. The plan for this, though, is not that students would have that either. I mean, you have that, but would every student that's a part of your virtual platform get the Ocular devices?
No, not every student. As I said, in case of a student with special needs,
So
if they need that, then they can keep it throughout. As long as they're a student with Red Comet, they get to keep that device with them.
And who pays for that?
We pay for it.
Okay.
Those devices, the headset devices are not that expensive. It's $500 is what we sell for, but our cost is less than that. So we provide that as part of we provide Chromebooks for students, right? So similarly, if it's a special needs student who needs additional to a Chromebook, we provide a headset for them to work on at home.
Okay.
And it's not given to them, but as long as they're a student, they have access to that. Then once the school year ends, they have to return it back, and they get it back if they come back as a student next year.
Thank you.
Sridhar Narayan, to answer your earlier question, in our drop-in centers, we'll have all these technologies available, so students can come in and take advantage of it any given time between the working hours of 8 to 4, 8 to 5, as needed in those areas, as dedicated in those areas. So students will have access to the technology any given time in those drop-in centers.
Yeah. Could you elaborate on those centers? Like that's every day those centers are available?
5 days a week, school days, yes. Those centers will be open, it'll be manned, there'll be a facilitator, and the students can come in and access it with the help of all the remote resources that they have, teachers, counselors, with their help.
Okay. Assuming they add transportation.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
Can
I've asked so many questions that I'll pass it on, because I'm sure Dr. Rott McMurray will ask some CT questions.
So if I may add a little bit, this is Jay Srinivasan. What we also do is, he mentioned drop-in centers. I told you about the community reaching out to us. So in these community centers, we loan 4 or 5 those computers, AR computers, and we also leave some headsets. So when people bring in their kids, even homeschool kids, when they bring them into a community center or a church or some facility for social interaction, they get to use these facilities that is available to them. We do as many as possible depending on the reach. Of course, they still have to drive to that facility. As I said, a lot of it, you don't need that, but this is in addition to what they do. This is like the virtual labs. If they don't have a lab in a public school, they send them to another public school to do the lab. Just like that, they bring into this facility so that they can do the lab work. Thank you.
just wanted to build upon that question there in regards to VR and those exciting tools that can be available. You mentioned available, just want to have some clarity. Not available to all students, but they are available at the centers, correct?
Jay Srinivasan, yes, those devices are available at the centers, but all those labs that are there, as I mentioned, it's also available in 2D, and it's part of the curriculum. For example, when a student is doing chemistry and they have to do a lab, it's available to them on their computer. They click on that and they go, they're doing it in 2D, they're not doing it in 3D, but they still do the same thing. But when they want that experience, when they come to a drop-in center, they go back to log into their course, same thing that they did at home. Now they click on that link on this computer, it's all 3D, it's all AR and VR.
Yeah.
So it's enhancing that, but it's not essential for a kid to go through and still graduate and get a high school diploma. But they still do the labs at home. They're not excused from doing it, but they're doing it in a slightly different setting.
I certainly understand and appreciate your answer. Of interest to me is your plan for Arkansas, and in particular, how many centers are you talking about? Drop-in centers.
So depending on the number of students, depending on where we are, depending on the reach. So in the state of Washington, we have multiple centers. We're also partnering with community organizations like CMAR. They have 100 locations across the state of Washington. They serve farm workers, farm worker communities. So we're trying to pick those centers and set up these drop-in centers. It just depends on the need.
So it's
So
to
we
be
want-
determined then, based upon the
Based
need
on
and the numbers.
populations where the needs are. So we don't know how many we will have. Depending on the need, we will have. I told you
Yes.
about the hubs funded by USDA. We set up 3 hubs in the state of Washington. These are completely rural, completely rural. They had to bring in, hire a carrier to bring in broadband. Dr. Moore, there's no broadband here. So that's something that USDA is funding. So we're trying to utilize those things
And
to
the
bring in
cost,
education.
I'm sorry, the cost for the drop-in centers, that burden is not on the school.
No, no, it's not. And USDA funds for all the equipment and the facilities and utilities and all of that. It's funded by their Digital Connect program for remote education. So
Thank you.
that could be an added benefit for rural Arkansas especially, so.
I just wanted to add on to what you said about the virtual labs.
Name?
Sheba George, sorry.
And by the
One
way,
of our Newman Academy, I'm sorry.
by the way, the reason we do that is because it's being transcribed.
Yes,
It's going to be
sir.
important to have each person recognized.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I forgot. One of our Newman Academy campuses is a university campus with 300 acres. But we could not provide the same kind of sophisticated science lab that Red Comet would provide virtually. So that's how sophisticated those virtual labs are, and we wanted them in our brick and mortar schools. So I wanted to add that.
Any additional questions, Dr. Moore? No, okay, Ms. Newton.
I live in rural America, and the drop-in centers are certainly something that's exciting. And where I'm from, it's like saying, go to your local McDonald's or Taco Bell, and that doesn't happen. So, but it's something that's sorely needed. So how do we bridge the gap? How does your proposal bridge the gap to have access to your educational platform equal to someone in Fayetteville and as well as someone in Portland, Arkansas?
Jay Srinivasan from Red Comet. If I can understand your question, you're saying how would they have the same access?
Right. Given the disparities in availability of broadband or computers or transportation and all those things, then drop-in center sounds like a godsend on the one hand, but on the other hand, it brings in so many other barriers that can't be overcome. Not to say that the curriculum or the program doesn't meet the needs of the student, but what's the point if you can't get there? Or what, you know, and if it's not available, if it's, you travel 15 miles home on the bus and the drop-in center is 20 miles from there,
That's right.
going in opposite direction.
That's right. You're right. That's a good question, Ms. Newton. So that's why I said, when they come to a drop-in center, it's like an additional enhancement to what they're doing. And sitting at home, they still go through the same curriculum, the same labs and everything in 2D, but you're right, they need to have broadband access. If they're sitting at home and they don't have broadband access, it could be problematic for them to do all those labs.
Yeah, but the drop-in suggests to me that there's someone there.
There
that
is,
a
yes.
breathing,
Exactly.
talking,
That's right.
interacting individual. So
That's right.
it's not the same. You're essentially looking at someone that may take a device home, and it's more foreign to the people that are at his home
That's
or
right.
her home than it is to the person that actually has it.
That's
So
right.
that's, yeah, that, I see what you're saying about it being available, but,
What we also tried, this was very successful during the pandemic. We worked with a technology college in the state of Washington, Renter Technical School, and they had to do this virtual labs, and they needed the 3D to do the virtual labs. They would actually hand out these computers, the special computers that we have. Kids could sign them out and keep them there for a month and bring it back. So we do have that option too.
I understand that, but then we also are aware of the effects or the impacts of the pandemic when children took those devices home and got further behind than they were. They were already, you know, struggling. And so having the device and having it at home and having, you know, hotspot or whatever. So that's what I'm saying. There still is a need for supports.
That's so we do provide that support. What we also, what we have figured out from the experience that we have for doing this for so many years is virtual setting. If it's completely virtual, you have somebody sitting like, you know, 10,000 miles away teaching a kid, that will not work in a virtual model. You need a lot of support. So we do hire only certified teachers who are endorsed to teach the subject and state endorsements and all that. They're virtual. They're not sitting with the kids. But we also have been very successful in terms of how we run the model is to employ local community support liaisons, we call them. That's what we call them in the state of Washington. These are local people. They speak the language. They walk around. They're living in the area. And they're there to check in on the students.
When I was looking at your application, I look at it with the lens of what the innovation is, what the difference is. And we have virtual services being offered in Arkansas. So I'm looking to see, and when I hear the outreach center, I said, oh, that's one of the innovations.
It
But
is.
then the application, as we keep coming back to populations that are underserved, whether they be rural, whether they be urban, or whatever the barriers are, then what's the innovation around that is in terms of you not just being another, and I'm not saying you're just another virtual company, certainly there are distinctions you brought in are very, very exciting, but then how do we not miss that underserved, overrepresented in the lack of educational attainment, things like that? What do you do to make that difference?
You want to take that, Dr. Blasey?
Because as the principal, right, every kid's how we're serving and meeting their needs in that context. So, for example, I would. Oh, sorry, Natalie Blasey. Forgive me, I've been good about that. It's going to be like as the kids sign up, and you'd have to figure out where the clusters are and how you're serving each kid. I could see an itinerant, the community learning coach. Most kids, most families might have access to a house of worship in their community, something close that's the thing that they can get to, that a family can trust them to get to. And so it could be that you have an itinerant person who moves from Portland, on maybe Mondays is the Portland lab, and maybe they go to a local church. The church has got a room they can have the computers in, and like you said, the community can use it at other times. And then on Tuesday, it's the next town up the road, and maybe depending on where the kids cluster as far as those who enroll, I can see it operating like that.
pivotal word in your response is maybe. We need a little bit more than that. I can't say we. I can speak singularly and say I can, you know.
Yeah, the commitment is to provide it. How it looks will depend on who enrolls and where they live. So they have experience in Washington, and a very creative experience. Is part of why that is, as we've discussed this at length in proposing, is what had happened and how did they do it. The kids showed up, they had the need, they figured out how to solve the need, even found how to fund it. And so it is the guarantee is that there will be drop-in centers. The how to do it that makes it, because we are opening up, it's pretty wild, right? You're saying everyone in Arkansas who has wants to have a virtual education of a high caliber that meets their individual needs and is personalized and has access to technology that they can't get in their local school and career pathways. We don't know who exactly signs up where. So we say we will provide you a drop-in center. And that's the exact discussions we had in a rural setting where there isn't the access to transportation and others how. And so it's not a maybe in doing it. It's like creativity in figuring out that's our kiddo, that's what they need, how do we get it to them? And some of it is, like, for example, those setups, going to a home. If someone's very, very rural and they literally cannot get to some local situation, then we provide them the technology that does that. And then don't forget, the model already has all the human contact issues in it. The kid has a counselor, kid has a teacher we support the learning coach, we support the teachers, we support community, even in the LEARNS Act, like the community service aspect, right? Kids gathering up with members of their community to go out and serve and do things. So there's a lot of human interaction and community interaction. This is the question we're asked here was, how are we solving this technology divide with the VR and everything, making sure no kid misses that part as well. So that's the maybe. So thank you for the pushback so that we could explain that better.
Okay.
And give more pushback, I hope. I know you will.
I don't know how it works.
Students on it.
It frightens me because people come with models that you generally apply and just cast a wide net. I'm not understanding, not even beginning to understand. I think people in Arkansas don't understand the challenges a lot of times in getting to folks. So you're saying maybe, and then if you say we will provide this and you are granted a charter to do that, then are we to expect that if Ms. Summons gets a notice or someone gets a notice that we can't get it in Portland, Arkansas, that you come back and make that happen, because you say we will, and it doesn't say ruling out this or ruling out that.
Excellent. And that's why I'm not sure you'll have another provider stand in front of you that's had to solve this problem in a whole state and is out on a reservation doing it. You know what I'm saying? So there's probably a better track record here, and I think it's an endeavor worth.
Well, that's my whole point.
Yeah.
That's my whole point.
Awesome.
Is what you're biting off,
Yep.
and what is reasonable.
Yes.
Is quite a bit.
Yes.
This is Jay Srinivasan from Red Comet, Managing Director. Another way, just to give you an example, recently we encountered this. We started this school year, and it's harvest season in the state of Washington. These kids between 8 to 5, we don't see these kids at all. They're all working in farms because it's pretty busy. All these kids are working, picking fruits. So what we had to do is teachers take these computers and devices, go to the farms, and once the work is done, they get together with the students and work with them. And what we did was we provided them phones with hotspots so that kids can come work with the teachers. So depending on the situation, we've looked at various aspects. We've looked at Native Indian reservations, we've looked at farm workers, we've looked at new immigrants coming into this country who do not speak English. How do we cater to them? We have multiple ways. We have experimented this over the last 15 years. So we have dealt with different situations. Each situation is unique, Ms. Newton, so we'll try to work with them and see how we can serve them. So that's our whole thing. That's the reason why we partnered with USDA, and we're trying to see what other resources are available to bring to rural Arkansas. Worked with a couple of school districts. We showed this technology. We even wanted to apply through the school district to get them some money from USDA to make all this happen. So, because I come from a wireless background. I had telecommunication companies. I'm an engineer, as I stated earlier. So this is something we did for broadband. giving access. We have even implemented situations where StarHub broadband is available in the middle of nowhere, right? It costs about $100 per month, and we also got parents money from E-rate and other funds so that they can pay for this, and they can have broadband through satellites, StarHub satellites anywhere they live, provided they let us know that they have some problems and we can solve that issues too. This is bringing broadband to any place in the country, right?
Yeah, that's clarifying.
I'm finished.
Okay, just one clarifying thing, the USDA funding is not guaranteed though, right? That's something that you would have to apply for?
Jay Srinivasan, yes, yeah, this has to be applied. We work with local school district, local private schools, and help them apply, or if there's a local agency, we can apply for it ourselves, and they pay for hardware. It's a 15% match, and they pay 85%, and we try to help them with that 15% match that they can get so that the technology is available to them. And good thing is, as Ms. Newton said, more rural the place is, chances of getting that approved is almost there. So if it's a community with less than 5,000 people, then grant is automatically approved. So that's how USDA is working to build the digital divide and make sure that they all get internet access. There's a lot of money out there, but you have to be innovative in ways of leveraging those things. So, thank you.
Sheba George. I remembered this time. Sheba George. And I wanted to follow up on Ms. Newton's question, and I wanted to say, ma'am, we are making a commitment to meet our students at the point of their need. No matter, if you grant us the charter, that's our commitment. And I think it is that commitment that has enabled us to grow the way we've grown, expand the way we've expanded, to meet the children at the point of their need. And that's our commitment.
Are you open? No. Just, I don't know how to say this. Would you be willing to look at part of the state that exhibits these characteristics, rural, urban, or whatever, as opposed to the entire state? I'm just
Absolutely.
curious.
That is an excellent suggestion, and I think that is something that we have discussed, and I think that's the direction we are going. And we cannot be as successful as we want to be if we do not look at the requirements and the demands of the particular regions from where the students do come. We can't.
Yeah,
And I
because
think
when you
it's
say
an absolute
Washington,
necessity to do
I'm
that.
trying to imagine Washington State, where the Seattle or where the farms are or whatever, and I can envision a farm,
Yes.
an apple, where apples are thousands of acres of apples, and I can also think about Spokane or Seattle and look at a whole different approach.
Terrain.
So,
Yes.
and that's kind of, although we don't have a metropolis like
Agreed.
Seattle, the same
Agreed.
thing might exist. So, again, back to the analogy of biting off the apple, it might be advantageous. I'm not trying to tell you how to run your business, but I'm just saying it might be advantageous for you and for us and everybody concerned.
Absolutely. Yes.
Natalie Vlasic. And if you look at the model on 42, we started with 200 students so we could do it well, which actually matches to that suggestion, to be able to focus in and do it well. We didn't go for thousands of kids. We're looking to do it very well for a focused set of kids, and are open to suggestion.
This is Jay Srinivasan from Red Comet. To expand on that, Ms. Newton, we're very familiar with virtual schools in Arkansas, the big ones especially, Arkansas Virtual and Connections Academy. They have most of your virtual kids, and we compete with them directly in the state of Washington. But the difference is we bring a different solution. Like, a lot of their solution doesn't work to the populations that we serve, and that's where we're making big inroads. And that's the reason why, although we've been in Arkansas for the last 5 years, we thought about this before we come and apply for a virtual Arkansas charter license, because we said we can bring in something that's different, that's not available to students in the state of Arkansas. If that was not the case, then we looked at 5 years ago when we came into Arkansas, we said, there's no place here because Arkansas Virtual is doing quite well. Connections Academy is doing well. They have like close to about 10,000 students, virtual students. So where is the need for us? Is there a business case to do this? But then we looked at what we're doing and what I'm seeing when I visit rural schools in Arkansas and all that. I said, look, they're not being served at all. So this
Well,
is
literally, that was my question when I read the application and looking at, you know, how does this fit, or does it fit, or do we need, or, you know, what's different?
That's right. When we talked to APSRC, when we came in, they said, you know, virtual charter, we have enough. We don't need another one. Then when we talked to them, we said, this is what we're doing. This is what we've been very successful, and we've been recognized for doing this. Then they said, absolutely. They encouraged us. Although I was reluctant, APSRC, we sat down with them, they said, you should definitely apply for virtual charter. There's a need here, and they support public and public charter schools. They said, there's a need here in the state of Arkansas, so we want you to come in and do something here. That's when we said, yes, yeah, let's try this in the state of Arkansas. And I live in Texas, it's close to.
Passing comment, I think if you looked at Arkansas as a quadrant in quadrants, then you could basically you could see all of these communities as, you know, so
Exactly.
connected to an urban, but absolutely completely rural on the other side. So
That's right.
I think it's all over. It would be fortunate. Well, people would say Northwest Arkansas all the time, and it's certainly that's different in a lot of ways, but they have their outlying areas.
That's
that
right.
present the same challenges, I would
Yes,
think.
absolutely. So we are as successful in Seattle and Spokane as we are in Mount Adams, Washington, which is a small 3,000 people community. In Washington is quite rural too. If you go away from all these big cities, we've been successful in both places because the needs are different. Even in Seattle, there are quite a few homeless kids, McKinney-Vento kids. They live in Seattle. You assume that they got everything that they need to get broadband and connectivity and all that. They don't get the education. And that's in some school districts like Seattle Public Schools, the homeless community students are quite big. It's like almost 3% of their population is homeless. These kids don't have a home to go to. So we've experimented different ways to cater to different needs. So you got to go where students are and they don't come to you. So as part of the committee I'm on, our mandate is to say, what are we doing to help these students? Why are they not coming back? Where did they go after the pandemic? We don't know. We still haven't solved. We are doing surveys. We're doing collecting data, and say we lost, as I said, 1% loss from public schools and 17% gain in virtual schools. There's still some students that are not accounted for, but it's mandatory for the State Department of Education to make sure we find those kids and provide the education that they need. You can't just ignore them and say, well, we don't know where they went. It's the job of a parent to bring the student to a school, but sometimes, you know, parents are not capable of doing that. So we're doing that outreach to find these kids and help them learn and get better. So you don't know, there might be some doctors out there, engineers out there from these kids who dropped out of school. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Baldwin.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to try to do a different frame of questioning because I think we've covered this well, and I have the same questions, but my colleagues have already addressed my questions. Let me ask you this. So Newman International is the applicant before us that we're considering approving, and then Red Carpet, we've talked with you guys a lot today. And so let me ask you to describe the relationship between Newman and Red Carpet. And I guess it looks like a very close. I'm sorry, Red Comet. Red Comet. It looks like a very close relationship. And so I'm wondering, is there a common ownership, or are you independent? Are you a partner, a vendor? Tell me how this works.
Currently in Texas, Red Comet is a vendor of Newman International Academy. That's how we then grew, our relationship grew, where the board and Red Comet became partners in establishing schools across the nation. We felt this was an incredible partnership, and to bolster, Red Comet would bolster traditional schools, and Newman Academy would come alongside Red Comet to establish strong virtual academies which are needed across the nation. So now, as far as Arkansas is concerned and the school here, this is more a partnership than a vendor relationship.
So in the partnership concept, I guess, is that a legal document between the two organizations? And if Red Comet is providing most of the virtual services, are you the lead partner? And
Yes.
you are a subsidiary partner? I guess I'm trying to figure out who actually is going to be making the decisions for us.
The board of Newman George Education International Organization will make all the decisions, but then Red Comet as partners and the work that they do will be a major portion of the operations of Newman George Educational International Organization.
Okay.
Sheba George. I said it after I finished this time.
In your schools in Dallas, the Dallas Metroplex,
Yes, sir.
those are all physical schools right now. Is there any virtual component to them?
Yes, there's a big amount of virtual component to our traditional schools, and again, our partnership and our work with Red Comet expanded our blended learning process, and then bring a lot of virtual learning to students whom we are seeing have a great need in that area.
Okay. Does Newman currently have any virtual programs that are separate from physical schools? So are you virtually anywhere other than where you have a physical?
No, sir.
Okay, so this is new. This is new to you, which is why you partnered with Red Comet.
Yes,
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
yes. New
Foundation
to
of that.
Newman, but not new to Red Comet.
Yes.
Yes.
In your application, you talked about opening up charter schools in Florida, Montana, Pennsylvania, California, and Maryland. So are those physical schools or are those virtual schools, or a combination?
It's a combination. Now, Florida, last year we should have started the school in Florida, but then it got delayed. And I think it was a blessing, because now the community is saying, start the virtual academy and the traditional school at the same time. So Florida is one state that's asking us to start both the schools at the same time. We're not quite sure if we would do it at the same time, but that is the request from this. So several of these campuses, even Pennsylvania and Montana, is now looking at starting both, they're asking us to start both traditional and virtual academies. So it may not happen at the same time, just because we do not want to dilute the vision. We want to go strong and do a little bit at a time, not bite off more than what we can chew. It's not about just expansion. We don't want to duplicate. It should be a replication of the vision and the powerful mission that we have.
Okay, and final question is Red Comet partnering in those states also?
Yes, sir.
With you all, in the
Yes,
same
sir.
fashion you're partnering with us?
Yes. Yes, the board of Newman Academy has asked that we partner with Red Comet. Now that we've seen the tremendous value of partnering with Red Comet in Dallas Metroplex, they've asked that we partner across the nation.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you, that's all my
Yes.
questions.
And this is Jay Srinivasan. If I may add a little bit to that, Mr. Baldwin, right? So in Texas also, we want to start virtual schools, just like what we heard from the other company. Texas stopped virtual school approval about like 3 years ago. Until that, Texas has virtual schools. Virtual Arkansas, K-12 was tried. They do run a couple of virtual schools in Texas, Connections Academies in Texas too, but they're all grandfathered in. They're not opening up new applications. So we're waiting for them to open up. If they do, if the legislature opens up virtual schools in Texas, we will be starting virtual schools in Texas. So there's a big need because there's a lot of rural places in Texas. But right now we cannot because it stopped. They're not taking new applications. But recently they opened up adult education, 15 to 50. This is subchapter D. So with Newman International Academy, we'll be applying for a subchapter D because our curriculum is very comprehensive when it comes to career and technical education, career readiness, and workforce readiness. So this is students who are between the ages of 15 to 50 can still get funding from the state. Actually, they get more funding than regular students who are getting basic ed funding. They get $11,000. And the curriculum has to be, the curriculum doesn't have to cater to standardized testing or end of course exams, but it has to train them for workforce. So as we mentioned earlier, we put together skills development, and we have 44 different federally approved pathways that people can do on a virtual reality computers with no virtual labs. They can do carpentry, they can do automotive engineering, they can build an electric car just sitting in front of the computer. So this is needed for adult population, and we'll be applying for one of those subchapter Ds along with Human International Academy in Texas. Once they've only approved 10. They've only granted 1 so far in the last 3 years. But if we get one of those, we can have multiple campuses. Again, the idea is to go to the community and this has to be a brick and mortar, not complete virtual. So we're setting up community centers just like the drop-in centers and attract these adults to come in and be students and get a high school diploma from this program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Davis.
Just a couple of questions from me. Does Red Comet operate virtual schools currently without any partner?
Yes, this is Jay Srinivasan. Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Davis. Yeah, we do operate. We currently have 4 virtual charter schools
Okay.
in the state of Washington.
Okay.
But in the state of Washington, we do everything. We're an affiliate, as I mentioned, but we still have to get the funding from a public school district. Just like
So why isn't, I'm just, once again, back to the relationship piece. Was there any reason why Red Comet is not the applicant?
because we are a for-profit company.
Okay.
In order to be a charter school, you need to be a nonprofit.
Okay.
And every state is a little different. In the state of Washington, we can run, and as I said, we compete with Stride or K-12 and Connections Academy in the state of Washington. Just like Red Comet, they still have to work with a public school district.
Yeah.
They pick a small rural school district, and which has like 2,000 kids, and they bring in 10,000 kids to the open enrollment charter. But that's the way funding operates in the state of Washington. But we do have 4 approved charters. They don't call it virtual charters, but it's called ALE programs. It's called multi-district ALE programs. We run 4 of those in the state of Washington. We've been doing one of them, has been there for 10 years. We've added several in the last few years.
Yep. One other question for Newman specifically. Mention the idea of having some additional applications for a virtual approval in other states. What's the timeline of that approval look like? Or where are you in the process? And really just the one that's closest
Yes.
to potentially being approved?
Yes. State of Florida, Virtual Academy, 25-26.
Okay, and where are you in the approval process? Have you gone before the
Not
State
yet.
Board of Education?
Not
Okay.
yet.
Have
We
you
pulled
worked
the
with,
application.
you worked with, oh, you completed the application?
We've completed the application,
Okay.
but we delayed it for a year because we felt the facility that we needed was not good enough. So we said we'd rather wait and start it all well.
What
and-
facility?
That's just an application stage, but depending on.
You
Microphone.
might want to come to the microphone. This is Sheba George and Natalie Blessing.
Natalie Blassingame.
Yeah.
She's talking about, remember there's application of physical and virtual in Florida.
Yes.
Virtual application is just an application stage. The commitment is here to do this well.
Okay.
And so if your question is broad bandwidth, there's a focus on being able to really establish well. And to the question about the arrangement, if you look at in the application on page, glasses, forgive me, page 35, there is a strength, because what a marriage made in heaven, in my opinion, because the ability to expand, when you're an open enrolled in charter school, they've had a school district attached with some of the work in Washington. We bring the expertise in brainstorming and problem solving and pushing in for every kind of special population. And we bring that school experience, that wholeness as you push down. Notice we started with the upper kids, 6, 12, so that we could focus in and get to the communities and meet the needs. But it seems we bring the whole experience and the whole gamut of supports and services. And so if you look at the chart, it shows you've got the board of directors of Newman, you have the superintendent oversees it, then you have this principal running the professional staff and coordinating for the special populations, and those coordinate actively with the virtual programming and the curriculum, and the director, so their whole line, the IT supports and all the head of teachers. And then, so it's a concert that we think brings a lot of, just a well-rounded picture, so we can do it super well.
Yeah, thank you for
Thank
that.
you.
No further questions.
This is Jay Srinivasan. To expand on that, it's very similar to the Washington state model where we have public schools and we are granted this affiliate program that any public school district can start a multi-district, we call it open enrollment here, school using Red Comet, any school district. But we just have to decide how many do you need, right? We already have 4, do you need more? But public schools are approaching us because they do see a need for them. And as I said, they're losing population, so there's a lot of demand for them to ask Red Comet to come and start a virtual school for them. We're looking into expanding that in the state of Washington and elsewhere, just like in the Washington state model where we have a public school that's getting the funding, we need Newman and all other states. We're looking at partnering with Newman to start virtual schools.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Doctor?
Thank you for answering the questions that you've gotten through so far. I guess a point of clarification for me as I was looking back over the waivers, and is there a waiver for transportation? Maybe it's just, maybe there just wasn't in my document.
Stephen Reynolds, staff attorney for the department. Looking over my notes, no, I didn't see a waiver for transportation.
You did?
I did not.
Okay, so that was the question that I had. So I know we talked a bit before about the drop-in centers, and that there was an expectation the students would have access to them if they had transportation to get there, and so then that prompted my mind to look through there, and I didn't see that waiver in place.
So if the charter is not intending to provide transportation services to those drop-in centers, then they'll need to add that waiver to their application.
Natalie Blassingame, Newman Virtual Arkansas, and we would request the permission to add to the waiver, and I can get you the specific statute or rule that applies for transportation. We would amend our request. Thank you, Madam.
So with that, so then that brings me back to the question about the drop-in centers. And so it sounded like over the course of the conversations that we've had that the intent is to provide as robust of an opportunity for students to be able to engage in the curriculum on their own, at their own home, but they would have access to go to a drop-in center and connect with a live person. And if they didn't have the ability to, because I'm in CTE, so I've seen Red Comet work before, and it is a very useful resource. Directly, my husband's in the medical field, and when I saw it, I was like, oh, do you think you could use this somewhere in your office? Like, I don't think so, but I was just that, interested in it. But I feel like if you don't have access to the full, pieces of Red Comet, yes, you can do it 2-dimensional, but if you don't have that 3D component, then it loses a lot of, I think, of the capture of why it is a useful resource. So when students don't have access to go to the drop-in center, then that is part of my concern, is them being able to have a full opportunity to truly engage in that experience and to be able to learn at the level of what the intent of Red Comet is, if that is not in place. So I would just like for you guys to be able to speak to that, if you're not going to provide an opportunity for them to get to the center outside of on their own. Back to Ms. Newton's questions or comments, you know, for a lot of our students, that just is not going to be possible. So what is going to be their opportunity there?
Yes, please.
Yes. Even if my team and I, as educators and as a board, had not seen the 3D aspect of Red Comet, we would have still gone for the Red Comet curriculum with just the 2D version. Absolutely. It is robust. Yes.
This is Jay Srinivasan. To answer your question further, my eventual goal is to make sure every teacher has one of these computers, because I showed them that the teachers are always looking for resources to bring into the classroom to make it interesting. So this one even can project in a 3D fashion onto any display they have in a classroom. So eventual goal is to make sure once these computers become more affordable, maybe instead of giving a student a Chromebook, if you can get some additional funding through USDA and other places, there might be an opportunity, instead of a Chromebook, they can sign out one of these devices to work at home. That'll be the eventual goal. I know there is support for it because of the digital divide and all that. We just had to find the right resources to do that. And we have a newer version. We partnered with a company called Z-Space for this. They have a newer version of these computers, which are a lot cheaper, and they're meant for K through 8 for career exploration. And it comes with certain packages already built into it, and it's only $2,500 for that computer. This one is $5,000 including applications, but that's half the price. But it has limited applications, but it's ideal for K through 8 curriculum, for all the labs and all that. Kids can be doing a chemistry lab, sitting at home, playing with things, and they can be an inventor sitting at home because they're playing with electrical circuits and come up with something that they have never thought anybody could design, because these kids think differently. They're smart, as I said, just because they're rural, they could be the best scientists sitting there. We don't know. We don't know. They need to be provided those opportunities. That's the intention. But God willing, if that happens, then every kid could be using this instead of a Chromebook, because that computer is my regular computer for email and everything else. When you turn the 3D off, it's just like your regular Windows 11 computer. So maybe we can get some grant from the state of Arkansas to do that. That would be lovely. Instead of additional to the ADM, so if every student gets another $2,500, we can make it happen, and this lasts for 5 years, so they can even amortize the cost over 5 years, right? Then it's not a whole lot of expense. Like looking at $500 per year additional on top of the ADM dollars. So maybe we can apply for that grant. So thank you.
That I don't know. But my next question on that as well is, so you have a teacher licensure waiver, and you mentioned that you have CT curriculum. So is it, or I guess I could ask because you have examples in place, are non-CTE teachers that do not have a license or either a technical permit, are they allowed to teach the CTE curriculum to students, or how is that handled?
This is Jay Srinivasan. There are two aspects. If we have to issue a CTE credit, then the teacher has to have CTE endorsement. But if a student wants to take that course as an elective course for credit and not a CTE quote unquote, then it can be taught by a science teacher. But we will not be issuing a CTE credit unless it's being led by, or the teacher on record is a CTE endorsed teacher. And we do have quite a few CTE endorsed teachers in different pathways that I explained to you. We even have a board of directors, advisory board for different pathways. We have an advisory board for health sciences, which comprises of doctors from Cleveland Clinic, and other places, they come and look at this and say, yes, it's doable, and engineers for other places for different things. Just like that, CTE teachers had to be CTE endorsed. If they are not, then we send them through the training process. We can get emergency endorsement for a couple of years. Then they had to complete the process, and then they become CTE certified. Thank you.
Well, I have some basic logistical questions. And a lot of it surfaced just recently in discussion about what you're doing in Texas. And part of it is related to what you do. It sounds like when you look at your landscape of offerings, you're applying to be a full virtual, but you have also brick and mortar. You also have hybrid or blended learning offerings. But now you're looking to become a full virtual. So help me understand your sweet spot.
Help me, would you repeat that last part? Help me
Understand your sweet spot. What would be your go-to offering for the students you'll be serving?
Sheba George. And the sweet spot between virtual academy and brick and mortar school. I think the sweet spot is the needs of children, needs of our community, needs of the children determine which direction we should go. And that's what we've always done, and that is what has kept us successful and productive and doing what we are called to do, meet the students at the point of their needs.
I can appreciate that. So in your application for a full virtual in the state of Arkansas, what would be your value proposition knowing that there are existing virtual academies already here and have been for quite some time?
Okay, that'll be a Dr. J question. He's drawn us to Arkansas.
Jay Srinivasan, thank you, Mr. Scott. As I said, we looked at this for the last 5 years. We traveled. I've been to pretty much every school district in the state of Arkansas. My colleague here, he lives in Bentonville. He's always on the road talking to school districts, right? The point we are at right now is our sweet spot is purely virtual. We don't do anything other than virtual schools, and we have a lot of experience. Can you repeat your question so that I'm answering it correctly?
There are existing virtual academies already in the state.
Yes.
So what, at the end of the day,
why do we need another
parents
one?
have to say yes to you versus other options.
Exactly. That's a great question. I kind of addressed this before. That's the reason why when we got into Arkansas, we work with public schools and private schools, as I mentioned, for the last 5 years. We didn't want to start a virtual school because there are already virtual schools, Virtual Arkansas or Connections Academy and all that. Then when we looked at our expertise in Washington, when we sat down with APSRC, before we made the decision to apply to the state of Arkansas, then we said we bring in a different perspective compared to all those other programs. I'm very familiar with other models. As I said, we compete with them in the state of Washington. Our model is so unique. And APSRC suggested that there is now a need in Arkansas to bring in something like this. That's what made us decide that we are unique, so unique that adding Red Comet to our existing list of virtual charters is something that state will benefit from. That's when we decided that it's right to apply for a virtual charter here, because we bring in a completely different perspective from compared to other programs. As I said, our reach is different, our training is different, we're preparing kids for the future workforce. As I said, today's workforce needs something completely different from what kids learn in a traditional setting, and we have the tools to provide that. And there's a need, especially with the new governor in the state of Arkansas, workforce readiness and all that. We said, we're ready, we've been doing this, so why don't we get into Arkansas? We already know the state of Arkansas, we know the region, we know the market. That's the reason why we made this decision. And it didn't come very easily. As I said, we need to have a very solid business case. That's the reason why we said there is a need for one. So that's what we think. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Butler.
So that,
This is
just one
Sridhar
moment.
Narayan.
Just
quickly.
one,
Yes, sir.
just one moment. Ms. Bowman.
okay, thank you. So that goes back to the relationship question, and I guess let me just ask, are you all partnering to come to Arkansas because Red Comet sees the opportunity and Newman International is coming along with you? Is that the relationship, and is that why we're here today?
This is Jay Srinivasan. Yes, you're right. As I mentioned, Red Comet is a for-profit company like Stride, K-12, or Connections. They're all for-profit companies. In order to have a virtual charter application in the state of Arkansas, you need to have a nonprofit CMO. That's the reason, since we're already working with Newman, we're working with them to come to the state of Arkansas. So, thank you.
So
Yes,
this is
sir.
Sridhar Narayan. Going back to your earlier question, to be very specific, you said value proposition. What value are we bringing as a virtual charter? So one of the things that we have seen compared to the other virtual providers in the state is in two terms. One is the diversity in curriculum. So other virtual charters are not offering the same range in terms of curriculum to the students. That's everywhere. So we have the capacity to offer, bring that to the table. And the second thing is the cost of operations. When I visit schools with superintendents, they all look at our curriculum and then looking at us to be a low-cost operator. And then we are very successful in engaging students because we can offer it at that price, especially when it comes to STEM curriculum. And they say, okay, it costs me so much, and we can offer it for 60% of the cost or 80% of the cost of the other providers. They look at the value and they look at what we bring to the table, and that's why we have been successful. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. One aspect of operating is just logistically, you have equipment, and it's the same question I asked earlier. You have equipment, it gets disseminated out, and ultimately, for student learning, it's the operation of that, ensuring that everything is installed correctly, maintained. You also have the task to work with your families to understand how to be co-partners with you in their child's education. So talk to me about how you build capacity for parents to work with you. And part B of that is, how do you deal with potential business partners in various communities that you're targeting?
This is Jay Srinivasan from Red Comet. That's the reason why I said virtual programs, just like computers and things like that, break down. So we do have community liaison people, which are pretty close to the community. So when we're talking about Chromebooks and all that, if a Chromebook breaks, so we do have some Chromebooks with these people. Each one of these community liaison person might have 3 or 4 Chromebooks sitting at their home. They're within the reach of these parents, so they can go to parents' home and swap out the Chromebook and give them a new Chromebook. And the other thing I mentioned is K-8 curriculum. We also have workbooks that's exactly similar to what is online. So we want to make sure that when a computer is not working for a couple of days, maybe it breaks on a Friday afternoon, then they may not get it until Monday. So they at least have the curriculum to work on. Exactly, and once they get back online, they don't have to go through the content, but they can always go and take the test and all that. So that way they're not losing time. So we do find that logistically it's not possible to have computers working 24/7. So we have ways to make sure we address those things. So
I appreciate that. Is the downtime associated with that, how's that monitored?
So downtime, we're talking about probably within 24 to 48 hours during the weekday. These communities support liaison people. They're local people. They're there. So if they happen to not have a Chromebook, then we may have to ship it from another location. But usually it's pretty quick. And the other thing is, we make sure that kids can log in. Our platform can be accessed using any connected device. It doesn't have to be the Chromebook that we have provided to them. If they have that, because it's already set up with all the sites blocked and everything, if they don't, then they can still access our platform on any connected device. It could be a tablet, it could be their smartphone, or a computer that they have at home, desktop computers. They can still access the curriculum. They can continue where they left off. They log into the system, they see exactly the same thing. So that's another way we talk to parents and say, look, if your computer is broken, you can make sure that your kid can access it, go to a public library, log into Red Comet, right? If the public library is open, or if you have a computer, if you have other devices, have your student connect. So that's why in a virtual setting, unless you have this very close partnership with the parents and our Red Comet staff and teachers, it's not going to work. And parents, every student that is on Red Comet platform, the parent has parental access to the content and the curriculum. So they go in and they check what's going on, and they get regular progress reports, weekly reports and monthly reports and daily reports, so parents know exactly what's going on. And they have direct communication with the staff, admin staff, the IT staff, and also with teachers that are assigned to students. And every student gets a teacher that's teacher on record, and that teacher stays with the student for the entire duration of the course. And as I said, these teachers are not just certified, but they're also endorsed in the subject area. So what we're seeing generally is many homeschool parents, they want to homeschool, they don't want to send their kids to public school, and they do quite well K through 8. When they come to high school, they're saying, we're kind of lost. I can teach maybe science, but I don't know how to teach English, or I don't know how to teach math. So that's where we're seeing big demand for parents to come in and say, now I want to send my kid to virtual school so that they can complete all these things, go through a structured curriculum, and get a transcript from Red Comet that they can take to University of Washington, get into a med school, which several students from Red Comet have joined a med school program at University of Washington. One kid recently, parent told me, he got into a 7-year MD program right out of high school because they'd completed all these health sciences courses from Red Comet. That's what impressed them when they applied to University of Washington. So it's something that we do to... Did I answer your question? Thank you.
You absolutely did. While I'm just double checking here, if you could expand on, you touch base, I want to confirm that this particular request, year 1 is grade 6, 12?
Yes.
Okay.
No, this is K through 12. Year 1 is, yeah, yes, right. Year 1 is 6 through 12, yes.
So for clarity for us, year 1 is?
6 through 12.
Okay. So clarify your understanding of part of the LEARNS Act, which is dealing with community service learning and that responsibility relative to hours, number 1. And number 2, there's the student success plans and the role of the counselor, and then I'll be done.
Natalie Blassingame, and to address the first part, very exciting. I actually was a principal of a school with the International Baccalaureate or IB program, and we had community action and service for years as a requirement of our students, and so it's the roles there are to motivate the students, give them the spirit behind it, make sure they understand the why and the citizenship and the aspect of the community. And the great news is rural, doesn't matter where you are, there's an aspect of serving your community, and so it's about giving some the teacher, the counseling and teaching coaches in that aspect. The students have a log, a way to be able to keep track of how they're garnering their community service hours. And then they identify need in their community. It's kind of like it's a problem-solving exercise. That's an academic one to say, what do I need? What is needed in my community? What do I have to offer, and how do we coordinate to get that done? And then leadership as well. So the students will be able to log. They'll each be asked to lead a project, and if they have, depending on for example, the clustering up of kids, maybe in a quadrant, if you focus in, there should be 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or other 8 kids to where they can collaborate around a project, some individual projects, and that's the vision for how that they will develop, make it a feel like it's a part of a whole aspect of their development in the counseling program.
Okay.
And as far as the counseling program, was that your second question?
Yes.
Yes. It's very traditional, truthfully. It's just that it's delivered in a setting where it's more one-on-one when the kids may have it. Think of almost having like a Zoom time, right? Where your counselor meeting just happens to be on Zoom, and we all got used to that during the pandemic, and we've seen that be able to be very real and authentic. And so it can be done through student self-referral, can be through learning coach or parent referral, can be done through teacher referral. We track everything all the time, all the data, to make sure our kids are moving and completing and healthy and whole. And so as soon as you see a kid starts to flail, you're digging in with those. The community liaisons are able to go physically. We also, the teacher, the principal, the special populations coordinator, all those people are checking to see, why is there a failure to thrive? Why are we not making it? And the teachers, actually, when Jay was answering, he gave you a bunch of technical answers, but in the end, the teacher, what's not different in this model is that it's a teacher who cares. And my kid took calculus over the summer through virtual school. Like, I totally warned her against it. She's a bright little girl, but goodness, she didn't like the teacher at our high school. And so she wanted to take calculus. She took it through Louisville ISD, through the Texas Virtual School Network. Guess what happened? That teacher, in fact, I was thinking in the hotel this morning, I think we need to recruit her because she made it absolutely amazing. My daughter mastered calculus. All her friends were jealous when they made their B in calculus the next year from the teacher my kid warned me about, right? But the teacher is still the magical element in everything. It doesn't matter whether it's virtual school or traditional school. So back to the counseling model, they're going to be the ones to notice the kids, not making progress. They're checking in. There's a very human aspect to virtual schooling. It's not just so impersonal. And so then they will trigger the counseling model, and then it has. And counselors in our model, just like in traditional schools, as we put in the application, there's some administrative aspects they have to run a lot of the legal things that we didn't waive, right? Are those things that say you're going to have this kind of thing. You have to make sure they've done this. They know about this. There's health and safety. There's good decision making. So it looks much like the other. It's just delivered. And then also partials. We have like an advisory type model. There's a class. There's a time and a segment of stuff that is offered to kids that's not just about the content area, their CTE course or their math course, it's about those developmental things that need to be delivered.
Thank you. And for the record, the counselor does have a prominent role to play, especially in the student success plans, working with the families.
100%, and we know after, it's just this generation, and then also after the pandemic, mental health, more and more people are actually acknowledging that that's a very real concern and very real issue in impeding the progress of students, and so we absolutely are fully committed to that.
Good. I think what I'd like to do is entertain our colleague joining us remotely. They have a question. Yvonne, please come off mute and share. I think she's muted. Yvonne Green is muted at this point. We can't hear you. No, Yvonne, I cannot hear you. Is there someone else within proximity to Yvonne that can help us?
I wonder if one of us turns on our sound, if we can hear it.
Let's try it.
Good suggestion.
Yvonne, could you speak?
Yeah, I can hear you, Crystal. I'll type my question.
We can hear you.
Yes. We can even hear you.
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, yay. So, in the demographic slide that you showed at the very beginning, it said your special education population is 5.6%. The national average is 14%. So can you help us understand that difference? And then I have a second question about how you ensure students with disabilities' needs are met.
Yes, so the, perfect, I'll try to step back. Natalie Blassingame. Sure, sorry.
Okay.
And Ms. Green, you can hear me? Perfect. Okay, great plan. Excellent problem solving. Just as a little background, Texas has had actually had federal action in special education because there was a kind of a suppressed population in special education. So it's been climbing up steadily to that national average, but just as a state whole, it's still below the national average. And Newman has, we are an open enrollment charter school, so every student that comes to us, the populations that have found us were coming out of a homeschool setting typically, or coming out of private settings, and so it just had not yet spread to the special education families to understand how well we can meet their needs, and that is an increasing number as we've been able to do a great job of serving students with special needs, because we do have the full gamut of services and supports. And the plan is, it's just like the centers in rural areas, the plan is to meet each student. Some will be related services that we will have to purchase and partner with others, because we cannot have a speech therapist in every last place where every student is, but we absolutely are committed to provide every service that would be needed for a student. Red Comet can speak to their examples they've had of students with special needs, which are ones they've been able to successfully meet the needs of. In the curriculum and instructional aspect, from the whole student, we go through an MTSS system. We track their progress, we make sure they're doing well, we problem solve, we try different academic adjustments, we try social adjustments, counseling, services, and then just like in a traditional school, if a student meets the qualifications for a special education, we have assessment evaluation personnel, some that'll be staff-led, and other that will in the position you see on our org chart that is special populations. But then we'll also contract out with some diagnosticians and other assessment personnel. And a lot of our model will be, depending on how much we can cluster students in a quadrant, for example, then you might be able to hire that position, and others you'll be contracted services. And then again, it's always just constant process of having the goals set in that art process and making sure the students are meeting the goals and bringing in whatever it takes to make them meet their goals.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did, Dr. J, would you like to address special needs? Okay, very good. Did we answer your questions, Ms. Green? Thank you.
So it's just a follow-up before I finalize. I've heard you mention contracted services, and so being in compliance is one thing, and we try to inspire you to go beyond compliance, but contracted services obviously can produce a burden on your budget. And not knowing your numbers, I understand. But it's hopeful that when it comes to the financials, the percentage towards student learning is not adversely impacted. Could you talk to us about that approach and your comfort level in delivering your services within the budget?
Yeah, I think actually during that waiver discussion about the percentage of the money that would have to go to physical facilities or to be spent a certain way, this model is lean as far as expenditures that way, and so therefore it's definitely, it leaves the room to do an incredible job of meeting individual student needs in this way. And Dr. J is our budget expert, and he can look, but I would say that we are, if you look at the cost to educate within the model, we can be heavy on supportive services for students. Anything to add, Dr. J?
This is Jay Srinivasan. I'd like to also add, just from the ADM funds alone, to manage a very successful virtual school is hard. That's why we're always looking for external ways to bring money into the company. Recently, we partnered with a company called National Education Foundation. So with their help, we're bringing Skillsoft. Skillsoft is a platform that's being used by 70% of Fortune 1,000 companies for their employees training. It provides 21st century skills training and all that. We're providing that to our high school students, especially in 11th and 12th grade, so that when they graduate high school, they do have access to what they need to get a job in the workplace. And this costs $600 per license per year per student. But with this foundation, they're underwriting, depending on the student's need, anywhere from 90 to 95% of that cost, so that we can make it affordable for Red Comet or Newman International Academy to offer this at $30 cost to these students. These are incredible things that we can bring to communities. That's where I said we stand completely different from other virtual charters that you currently have. These are things that they may not have that we bring into the Arkansas student population. These are things that will definitely help. As I said, we're looking out for USDA. We're looking at other foundations, large foundations that can come in and help out with virtual charters, Gates Foundation, the Walton Foundations, and things like that. So we want to make this work, and we also want to make sure the whole model is financially feasible, so that we can offer the same services to as many students as possible, bring more things using this model. That's why getting an opportunity to run a virtual charter, I think, would be extremely beneficial for the community in Arkansas, for the students in Arkansas, and also it'll satisfy the mission we have as a company between Newman and Red Comet. Thank you.
You've asked as many questions, and Sheba George, you've asked as many questions, and I have one question for this August body. How do you manage to draw Texas to Arkansas, is my question. As I walked in here, I saw many Texas educators in this room, including Mary Brinkman, who was the charter division administrator at the time when Newman Academy applied for the 15th generation charter at that time. She was the head of the charter division in Texas, and there I see her, and I also see our legal division also, who's worked in Texas. And I believe you asked us the question, why did you come to Texas? I'm asking you the question, you have drawn us to Arkansas, and how? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. George. And by the way, Ms. Perry was leading the charter office when I joined the state, so thank you. Just for clarity, before we go to a vote.
I have an
Oh,
additional
questions?
question.
Okay.
Okay. I didn't notice in your application, pardon if I've overlooked it, but I've searched and searched, anything about concurrent dual credit opportunities, and that is something that's a huge push in our state with our new diploma pathways. That's one of the ways that students can earn merit or distinction. So could you speak to that? Because I know, I'm fully aware that you have a catalog of concurrent credit courses, so I know that you have that at Red Comet, but there's no plan for who will you partner with, because like the other virtual academy here in Arkansas partners with Arkansas Tech University to be able to do that. So what's your plan?
This is Jay Srinivasan. So we haven't done that yet in Arkansas. We intend to partner with a community college here to offer concurrent credits. So that's a big part of our plan. So, Sridhar, do you have plans on who?
Yeah. This is Sridhar Narayan, Director of Operations. So what he said is right. So we have had an initial contact with NVAC, Northwest Arkansas Community College, and also Arkansas Tech. They asked us to provide them with all the curriculum so they can start the review process. And once the review process goes through, then they will fill us in to what needs to be done to manage that dual curriculum and support. So that's where we are at this moment. Thank you.
Any additional questions for the panel? If not, I will entertain a motion.
I move that we not approve the Newman Charter virtual application.
Second.
It was moved by Mr. Davis and seconded by Mr. Baldwin not to approve their request. Any questions?
I have a question. If they were not approved today by us, would they be able to come back, and if so, when? If we were wanting, because maybe in the future, I may not be satisfied now with the information provided. what is that? Does that mean a whole year, or what does that mean?
Mr. Reynolds.
Stephen Reynolds, staff attorney for the department. So if you vote to not approve the charter application, then they can come apply at the next application cycle, which will be in a year. If you, the other options are to vote to defer the vote to a future date, probably the next month, to provide so that the charter can get technical support from the department. But that's really the other, I mean, outside of approving the charter, those are your other two options.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Any additional questions?
Well, I guess to Dr. Moore's comment, that's why I was hesitant and didn't make a motion and I didn't second, because I'm not quite there. So I hear what you're saying and I understand what you're trying to do, and what you have been able to do, but I just, for some reason, there's something that's preventing me from being 100% there, especially when it comes to some of the CTE pieces. There's more questions, and I just feel like we don't have the capacity to get them all answered here. So that's more so where I am, and I don't quite know where everyone else is on that. Is everyone else to where they're just like, we just don't feel comfortable right now, or is it just you just don't feel comfortable? So I guess that's kind of, I don't know I don't know if another month is going to resolve that. But I don't know if for me right now, I can't say that I would definitively say no, I don't think that it's a good concept, but just right now, I'm just not there to be able to approve it. If that makes sense.
I have similar thoughts, Dr. Rott-McMurray, and think that there's a lot of opportunity here, and I see what you're wanting to do, and I see a lot of great potential, but it's not something that I think in a month's time could be resolved either. But I don't want to discourage additional pursuit in the future, even though not ready today, if that makes sense. I see a lot of opportunity, but I would not feel confident in giving it an approval at this time.
I had decided that however the vote or however the motion went, that I was going to abstain, because I think that there are some areas that you could be helped in moving forward with, and I didn't know if I wouldn't want to hold information I had, so I didn't want to vote yay or nay, but just to say these are some things in Arkansas that might bolster your application, or might, whether it was approved or not, would move you further on down the line. So I had planned to abstain, because that was my, I think it would be remiss of any of us to have information that could help you in moving forward that we didn't give. And I think maybe that would be you connecting with the charter office and saying, I don't know, you could poll us and say, well, what were your reservations to Dr. Wright-McMurray or to Dr. Moore, to say what,
And I would agree with all that's been said. I also see the value, but I think it's going to take you a year of reflection and of research and reconsideration to come back to us. I would not rush. I would not want you guys to rush back. I don't think you can do it in a month or two. I think it would be best to just come back in a year if you choose to do that.
I think it's a very good concept, very good, very comprehensive. How it gets from that to completion is something I think that we're struggling with, making the connections, knowing what needs to be done, and actually having the relationships and making the connections is a totally different animal in Arkansas from what my experience, and I've lived here all my life. So it seems logical, it seems practical, but it just doesn't come together in partnership sometimes, and because trust or because of just getting to know the folks, and enough said.
Any other questions, comments?
From my perspective, I'm very interested in getting some more lived experience in this space. And so I'm interested in following the path around what's happening in other states and places. And I think that will help inform some of these things that we're talking about here. But I think it's something that has a tremendous amount of promise.
So I have a comment, and then I ask Mr. Reynolds to come and make sure we're on point with our next steps. My comment is I saw the energy around our conversation about targeted. It's a rarity to get someone to say, hey, look, I'm going to step up to the table to deal with rural, especially in a virtual space. But perhaps having a runway associated with a little bit more time to build that up and having a targeted approach. There is a precedent where we have a charter that's targeted just on a special population per se. But that's besides the point. The energy was excitement was that, hey, we can not just do the whole state, but we can do A, B, C, D. So I just want to share that experience. Where are we, Mr. Reynolds?
Stephen Reynolds for the department. So there's a motion on the table to not approve the charter, so you guys will need to vote on that motion. If you vote for the motion, the charter will not be approved, and they'll have to come back at the next application cycle. If you vote no, vote against the motion, then the floor will be open for a new motion. And that motion will fail, the floor will be open for a new motion. Clear as mud.
Clear? Okay. Thank you. So the motion to deny the request is on the table. I have all those in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, no, I'm abstaining, I'm sorry.
Those opposed, nay. And abstained.
Aye.
Okay, the ayes have it. So that the motion passes and the request to start is denied. Okay. Thank you for your presentation, and hopefully
Sorry,
you...
Mr. Scott, y'all need to fill out your voting sheets.
Yes. How can we forget? if everyone's ready. Dr. Wright McMurray?
Okay. I voted for the motion. I support the motion to not approve Newman Virtual Academy. Although they presented a good model for virtual education, I still have some concerns with students' ability to gain a full CTE experience without access to the drop-in centers. I would encourage the applicant to reapply in the future.
Thank you. Ms. Davis?
I voted to approve the motion to decline the application due to the current limited inexperience in the fully remote virtual model by the applicant Newman. Although there's a strong partner in the virtual space, additional time will provide the opportunity to work through perceived implementation challenges.
Thank you. Ms. Ball?
Yes, I vote to approve the motion to deny the application. I see a future for the applicant to bring a virtual charter school program to Arkansas, but believe a reconsideration of the approach and plan will be beneficial to the applicant's opportunity for success, and most importantly, the successful education of the children of Arkansas.
I voted to abstain from the vote with no comment.
I support the motion to not approve the Newman Virtual Academy request for an open enrollment virtual charter. While the application and presentation included strong aspects to target needs of Arkansas students, it failed to address some critical areas at this time. I encourage the group to work with the ADE, DESE charter staff and potentially APSRC to strengthen their plan and reapply next cycle.
And I support the motion to not approve the request to open the virtual open enrollment charter with an initial launch school year 2025-2026, beginning with grades 6 through 12, because of lack of confidence in Newman's capacity to produce expected results with such a broad target and existing virtual charters. I would encourage the organization to revise their proposal to a more tailored and targeted approach. All right. Any new business? Not hearing any. I seek a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Wright McMurray, seconded by Ms. Newton, that we adjourn. Stand adjourned.